Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research. And
Good morning, my friends, and happy new year. The cycle continues. Rebirth is abound, and there is a new year in front of us. New opportunities. Time to take stock in what happened in the last year and get into our plans for 2026. Thank you to everyone that contributed and participated in providing value for what we're doing here with DeOrganized. We are very, very bullish. I know price action wise, 2025 didn't quite go the way many people in our community, the Bitcoin crypto community, were expecting. We did reach all-time highs, but it was a little more volatile and or less volatile, maybe, depending on how you're looking at it. And things didn't go quite the same as some people expected based on past cycles, which means that things may not continue to go the same way as past cycles. But many of us, dare I say the majority of us in this project, aren't here for the price action. We're here for what's being built. We're here to build. We're here to support builders, and the price action will sort itself out if we're building the right things and building value. So I didn't come up with a contest and or prize for January yet. We will have one. We had a tremendous amount of participation in our 200 STX giveaway for December. I still have to tabulate all of the entries. There was a couple of days where I didn't get all that information tabulated, so I have to give me the weekend. We'll announce our winner for the 200 STX for December probably Monday, and I will have a new contest sorted out by Monday as well. Maybe I'll start it tomorrow morning. I'm not sure yet. If it depends on what I actually have time to get to today. Those that don't know, by the way, I had a small house fire yesterday morning, electrical fire in my bedroom. I'm a little wrecked because I had to spend the night on the couch because my room still smells like electrical fire or plastic, although it's much better this morning. Very, very cold in there because we had the windows open all night long. Fortunately, there's no thermostat in there. And everyone's safe. Wasn't even a ton of damage aside from the it's more of a nuisance and an inconvenience, a pain in the ass, so to speak. But we're okay. Everyone's all right. Did make things go a little wonky yesterday versus how we normally do things, and kind of prohibited me from really planning out what we were going to do today. So I'm not sure how today's show is going to go. We'll probably just have an easy show. Anyone that's out there in the ecosystem, by the way, especially if you're in our morning show crew group DM on X, I'm going to drop the link to get into the studio. Anyone that wants to come through and join us while we're live this morning, we are more than happy to have our friends join us, come in and say hi, chat with us, and get the year started off on the right foot with the DeOrganized crew. I do expect we'll have the whatever morning space at 8 a.m. with Binta as well. You guys should definitely be joining in when you can. It is the vibe to get your mind right. The good vibes from the Good Vibe Tribe and the DeOrganized crew is second to none, and it'll get you going. It'll help you put your mind right. Sometimes that's all you need, is a little bit of a perspective shift to help keep you going in a positive direction. It's easy to get it's easy to kind of spiral off and have things go in the direction you don't want them to go into, and it's hard to get out of that when they do. So get your mind right every day. Join the whatever morning space. We will be back at 8:30. I will put together some kind of news, and then we'll have the Chads on. We'll chat a little bit, and anyone that wants to come through and say hi, Happy New Year, and chat with us about what's going on, more than happy to have you join us. And we'll see you at 8:30. And again, I just want to thank everybody. We had a tremendous year for DeOrganized. Did many things. Get out to Bitcoin Vegas. They sent us down to Buenos Aires for Dev Connect. I don't even know how many shows we produced. I have record keeping is not my strong suit, to some degree. I mean, it's I can get those, but I mean, we didn't miss many days. We broadcast almost every Monday through Friday. So at least 260 shows. When we were producing the night show, the morning show, Melanie's show, Landy did a series with us for a long time. We had the AI deep dive we were doing. We do the SIP show every Friday, which is really a continuation of the morning stream now. We're streaming all day. We've had a tremendous, we've evolved, we made some great relationships, we've had some great marketing partners. Shout out to Stacking DAO, shout out to Bitflow, Hermetica earlier in the year. Alex gave us a little bit of support early. And all the people, Skullcoin and Zenitron, and all he's been doing in collaboration with us, our friends over at BoostX, our friends over at Zero Authority DAO, the BNS One guys, and as I go on and on, I realize that there's too many people to mention. I'm going to forget people, and I don't want to slight anybody. Rosar, Rafa, the Bitcoin Pepe crew, all the people that sponsor Find2Earn, Rucoin, LeoCoin, Bitcoin Pepe, shout out Nakamoto One, STXAI, Flat Earth, George's Meme Coin was on there for a while, the UAP project, on and on and on. And tons of guests, tons of supporters. Love doing this. Tremendous team, by the way. We have a growing and mighty team of contributors in the DeOrganized crew. And I guess last but certainly not least are my two partners in crime, 300 and GPSC, without whom this never would have might not even be continuing right now. And shout out Hero Gamer, shout out Jack Binswitch, shout out everyone that's contributed. We have had an amazing year. Wasn't actually going to do this morning, but I want to get to it while I remember it. So we'll be back at 8:30. I'm going to leave you guys with actually, I'm going to go into the X402 segment we did with Tony a couple weeks back, because I think it might be one of the most interesting things developing for 2026 with X402 on Stacks and the AI BTC devs collaborating and all that's going on there. So I'm going to leave that with you guys to watch. We'll be back at 8:30 with the live stream, and Happy New Year. Thank you. On the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2.
All right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment, because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
Hey.
a rockstar. You've been making this circuit.
Yes.
You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks office hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I'm gonna set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a frat.
Yeah.
I loved it. I thought you guys were. You guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack, or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I thought I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year, and I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm gonna work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place, and I got into the hacker house. And that's where I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're gonna get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the backend server is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like first super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need to a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually between, it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, if you, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, you know, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So, for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like, for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster. Is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using, but now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, is BTC, for example. Yep.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent, maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music, the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatically way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money, we go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime. But I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So, for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase, or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with B2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but at least with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly, exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you
You
wouldn't
were
get paid
getting
with
USDC. That's all you could get.
exactly. Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin. But that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold. So I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can has its own token, so I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this. Because now, let's say I'm building the music agent, so the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously, with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously, my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously, it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app and you want people to pay in the music token. But they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of
Yep.
the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly, exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token, and I need to convert that token into stable coins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically, this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit, so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it um, function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were
Yeah.
helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Um, awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM,
Doing
GM.
good, man. Doing good.
Jam.
So yeah, I'm just
Yeah, Neo game.
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or it how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the To be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important thing that was receiving different tokens. Uh, I thought that that was like the basic scenario. So I created X42 on stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token, and that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo, and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX, and Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic, and in a like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the BTU features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try. I will try.
Dope. We have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy, and I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about accurate
Yeah,
to me.
yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check
Yeah,
for the
right.
ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X42, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the card is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your
eh,
cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one
Yeah.
to people to understand. Yeah,
And,
I
and
like
by
it.
the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help
A
conceptualize.
lot.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? You Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key, but I think that landing page you needed to create an account and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah,
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. Um, but this changes things. That this Expo too, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it behind in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
exactly. Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about Explorer 2 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is five. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay. So with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you
Yeah.
have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet, everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with Expert Do.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm. They will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment,
Mm-hmm.
etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So
Oh,
yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks,
explode
they
to scan.
can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask. Okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service. And maybe you can pay for the DoorDash. You can pay for LLMs. You can pay for AI images, AI music. All these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to
Right.
go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome
So
stuff.
actually, my agent is deciding, making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly, exactly.
Hmm. Wow.
This is I mean, it's we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community, and it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often You know, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find to Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find to Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out.
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor BitFlow with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find to Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find to Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor BitFlow. It is time for Sip Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is? Because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the SIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freed Your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry Sip, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but there are. She seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowments, if 31 opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now, and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now it's breaking
control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum, as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury. And so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasure. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent.
And clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. keeps flowing, and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing, and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing, and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improve.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Change music. That's a good one too, though. Good morning, my friends. Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag.
Happy New Year, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show. Brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends over at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Thursday, the 1st of January. A new year, a new month. Lots of the same mission, but we are stepping into the future. We are time travelers, all of us. Hopelessly so. There's nothing we can do about it. We just move through time, whether we want to or not. That's why I'm your old pal Peace Love Music and not your young pal Peace Love Music. Happy New Year. It's the 1st of the year. Lots going on, although we're taking it easy today. Casual show. We'll play some stuff after the show. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to go, how long we're going to go after the news. Just going to get everybody in, say hi, chat around what's going on. See how everyone's New Year's Eve was, and then play some content. Nick from Bitcoin Live will be running the Proof of Work show at 2 p.m. Eastern time, and then after that, we're going to actually end the stream early today. And he's going to run some other stuff in the studio after that. So our content will run until about 2. Stay tuned for Proof of Work. Always a great time with Jerry and Nick and whoever else joins them. Great stuff. You guys should definitely be tuning in. It's a Bitcoin Live show, but we carry it here. Love what they're doing. And then Nick's got a special that he's running later after that. I'm not sure exactly what he's got planned, but that will be our show for the day. I do want to actually, where did I put that? I want to remind you guys of something. I can't remember. I forgot about it until just now. I touched on it yesterday, or was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I'm going to I want to start reiterating these daily, because I think it's important for you guys to also get this message. This is, I'm going to say it, but I want you to reflect it in yourself as well. I am not here to be ruled by fear or doubt. I'm not here to be ruled by fear or doubt. I'm guided from within. I make my own decisions. I do my own research. I honor my humanity and the divine spark within me. The divine spark is within all of us. It's within you. It's within me. It's within everyone you talk to. And try to keep that in mind, especially when someone is maybe getting on your nerves, maybe rubbing you the wrong way. That the divine spark is within them as well. I reclaim my power from anything that ever made me feel small. You are not small. You are very powerful. Reclaim your power. Claim your inner authority. And I stand fully in who I am. And I step into this day awake, aware, and alive. And welcome to 2026, my friends. It's going to be an amazing year. with our amazing friends that we've made, and I'm sure we're going to make some new friends and learn some new things, build some new stuff, and keep going. Keep chipping away, as they say. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, education, some entertainment, hopefully, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. I might have to fix some stuff on this now. I forgot. I'm little. I like being a little bit bigger. Yeah, I'm not small. I'm mighty. Like you. We're going to take a look at the news this morning. I'm sorry, we're going to take a look first. Before we do the news, we're going to take a look at the numbers. Bitcoin, it's sideways for the last week, really. Like this is not a bad place to be. 87,854 is okay. We're holding on to the range we needed to hold on to. We haven't capitulated below that. Who knows what's going to happen? Ethereum still just under three grand. Where is Stacks? It was around 25 cents this morning when I first looked at it. 24.63. Not terrible. Hopefully this is where we hold. We're basically retesting back to that wick that happened in October down to 22 cents, which is a prior low for Stacks. So it does seem like it's just testing that low, setting support there. I don't see us going. If we go much lower than this, I might mortgage my house, to be honest. Not financial advice, by the way. Don't do stuff like that. But I might. See what the top three gainers. We got Story IP, Canton CC, Mix Finance as our top three gainers. There is some green in the morning here. There is some green in the market, guys. It's not the worst. Half the market is green this morning. Pretty flat otherwise. Chili's is still a thing. It's crazy. And the Fear and Greed Index coming in at 31. That's actually the highest I've seen in a while. We're actually pushed back past 30. If we can get into the neutral range. So, we did this. We came all the way up here. We came up here. We came back down here. We went down here. Came back up here. Came down here. Back up here. Thought we were okay. No, we weren't. We came all the way back down in here. Now we're trending back up this way. And it does that. That's what most markets do. So hang tight. Everything's right. So just hold tight. As one of my favorite bands, Fish, has said so eloquently. Everything's right. So just hold tight. Let's take a look at the news. Oh, this isn't right. Hold on. Okay, that's better. All right, that's better. Okay, so I'm in the right. We do this. We get this. How crypto's promised year-end fireworks turned into a bloodbath. Well, manipulation is how, partly. And then also just because that's how things go. Before the year ended, crypto bulls were banking on a classic seasonal rally, strong Bitcoin ETF inflows, excitement around altcoin ETFs, and optimism that looser monetary policy would boost risk assets. Instead, liquidity evaporated. A $19 billion liquidation cascade in October hit markets, and traditional catalysts failed to ignite price strength. Bitcoin is down sharply since early October, and altcoin ETF buying hasn't been enough to counter sustained selling pressure. What was meant to be a year-end explosion in price has become a grinding drawdown, underscoring how fragile sentiment remains as we kick off 2026. So, in that vein, I want to make sure if my audio's not doing great, let me know. I actually got a new compressor for Christmas. My brother gave me a really nice 2-channel compressor, but I haven't had a chance to set it up to work with my rig yet. So I still have my non-professional audio going on. But what I do want to say to this last article, this current article, is that there's this weird paradigm, and I've experienced it for several cycles now, where when the Bitcoin price is way high, you feel like, oh my God, I missed it. You get FOMO, and you really feel like you're never going to get a chance to buy it at a lower price again. But that does come around. It comes back around. You got to be cool. You got to be cool. You can't, especially when you're feeling FOMO. That's almost like the worst time to buy anything. You know, that's when you really should sit on your hands and watch things. And if you miss an opportunity, that's okay, because more often than not, you're going to be buying a top. When you buy high, you sell low. You do things you can't really afford to do. So, and then you're left in situations like this where there's maybe some really good buying opportunities at this low, fearful correction phase, and you don't have your available capital because you FOMO'd at the top. So just remember, it's never as bad as it seems. It's never as good as it seems. When things are going great, there's potential it's going to correct. And that's why we DCA. That's why we move slowly. That's why we never invest money we can't afford to lose, because that gets you into situations where you have to take the loss. You know, you get into bad situations. So that's why we do our research. That's why we do all these things that are proper practices. Next story: Japan's economic crisis deepens. IMF confirms drop behind India. This is curious. It'll be interesting. According to the latest IMF outlook, Japan will fall to the world's 5th largest economy in 2026, overtaken by India. A historic shift. After decades of stagnation, demographic headwinds, weak domestic demand, and a soft yen have weighed on nominal GDP growth. Falling behind India and potentially other emerging markets signals broader structural challenges in Japan's growth model. This shift is notable because it reflects larger macroeconomic pressure points that influence global capital allocation and risk sentiment toward emerging versus developed markets. Excuse me. I did I was exposed to some toxic smoke inhalation yesterday, so I apologize. My throat's a little extra raspy. There's a lot going on in the macro. There's nothing we can do about it. So plan accordingly, and maybe just focus on the things you can control. That's a always good advice. Focus on the things you can control. UK begins major crypto tax crackdown under global reporting rules. On January 1st, 2026, the UK began enforcing the OECD's Crypto Asset Reporting Framework, that's CARF, one of the strictest global tax compliance regimes for digital assets. Crypto exchanges and service providers must now collect and report detailed customer transaction histories, including wallet activity and tax IDs, directly to Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, HMRC. Is that what that stands for? Her Majesty. We're still... anyway, this is designed to reduce tax evasion by matching activity with individual taxpayers, and failure to comply can bring fines and investigations. Roughly 6 to 7 million UK crypto users will now face bank-style reporting on their digital asset activity, and from 2027 onward, this data will be shared internationally with other CARF participants. I have opinions on taxing. I have opinions on centralized governance and the waste and fraud and abuse, which is rampant, has been for decades, and is even more obvious these days. But it's you still have an obligation. There's legal jurisdiction, and crypto is not private. It's not taxable. It's very much an investment, just like if you were buying a stock or flipping cars, and the government taxes those things, and it's best for you to know what your obligations are and to abide by them, because the repercussions are usually much worse than actually following up, and they'll get you. So do what you got to do, and then work towards improving the situation so that we can kind of get past this centralized, top-down, bloated, and corrupt system that brings you dry. That's my best advice. What crypto whales are buying and selling on New Year's Day? And I normally don't go into these types of things, but I did want to just quickly touch base because of the day. Whale wallets, typically large holders with deep market influence, kicked off 2026 with distinct positioning trends. They are accumulating Chainlink, adding roughly 0.36 million Link, suggesting renewed confidence in or hedge toward decentralized Oracle demand. I am a big fan of Chainlink. It's actually the one of, if not the only win my little brother has had in crypto, and he did really well. Still holding, I believe, and I hope. And I'm a big fan of Link myself. Conversely, the whale sold Athena, ENA, trimming about 20 million tokens. I have none of that. I haven't ever bought in on it. A move that aligns with fading fundamentals, as ENA's total value locked has fallen more than 50% in recent months. These early directional flows offer insight into where big capital sees opportunity and where it prefers liquidity heading into the new year. And with this, one thing I've come to firmly believe in my experiences in 2025 is we need fewer tokens. You don't need a token for every project that's being built. And that's why we don't have a DeOrganized token. And I don't know that we ever will. I don't know that there's a reason for us to have a token. Why would we need a token when we can actually just, if we're going to use tokens, why wouldn't we just use Bitcoin and Bitcoin on stacks, SBTC? Maybe also utilize stacks in some way. But Bitcoin is the one that people want. It's the one that the value is already there. We don't have to actually do anything to prop up the value of a token if we are using Bitcoin. And there's a couple of others that I do think, like, I'm not opposed to Chainlink, and I think that the service they're providing is important. Although you could potentially provide that service without a token. So it may not be necessary, even Chainlink, which is not trying to. I hold a little bit of Chainlink. I have not sold any of my Chainlink, I don't think, ever. I'm not going to get exorbitantly wealthy with my Chainlink bag, I don't think. But I believe in the project. I think that they're doing it for the right reasons. And, Ethereum, Solana, even some of the other alts, Cardano, maybe. But I don't think we need so many tokens. I do think that meme tokens are fun. I'm not suggesting we shouldn't have community tokens and all that stuff, but I do think that we have too many tokens, and I'm more interested in building apps that utilize Bitcoin, and I think that that's happening best on stacks. And so I don't think we need quite so many tokens as we need more projects leveraging the tokens we have and the infrastructure that's being built to support them, aka SBTC and Bitcoin on stacks is my biggest conviction, to be honest. That is, get off my soapbox and get to the next. Shut up, peace. You're monologuing again. So the next story. Sorry, guys. 6,000 workers at OpenAI. At one OpenAI site reveals staggering reality behind AI's infrastructure boom. Let me close this. Put it back on me. Hate that. Let's see. So AI infrastructure is entering a massive expansion phase. Major players, including OpenAI, Meta, Google, and Microsoft, are constructing sprawling data centers, with some sites supporting thousands of workers and bound up in multi-billion-dollar build-outs to support next-gen AI compute demand. Tech companies across the board are also borrowing and deploying large amounts of debt to fund this infrastructure build-out, signaling confidence in long-term AI adoption, but also raising questions about financial and operational risk. These investments will shape cloud, compute, and hardware markets, with potential secondary effects on energy demand and tech capital flows going into 2026 and beyond. Personally, I think that they're a little bit overbought, a lot of these projects. I think that there'll be competition coming from ways we don't really even haven't imagined yet. So that is the news. And I'm going to bring in the homies. I think I probably talked a little bit too much this morning, keeping my guys waiting. And I miss my guys, and I want to get the conversation going. So I'm going to bring on the homies. Again, it is the new year. Things are new. GP, how you doing, brother?
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year, man. How you living? How you living?
Doing good, man. Last night I went and froze my butt off outside because it was freezing, and watched some fireworks. Had a lot of fun. Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was a great way to finish out the new year on the highest frequency vibe possible.
Right on, right on. And we have our brother feeling a little bit better today. What's up, 300? Let's go. Oh,
yeah. What up? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Oh yeah. Yesterday, I finished off on a low note. Opposite to what GP was. I was tired, sleepy, and kind of high with meds. But yeah, anyway, I made it. So you can hear the throat is clearing. I'm back.
Let's go.
Let's go, dude.
He never left. He was out for one day. He's talking about being back, but he was on the show the last 2 days. He carried the show.
Still showing up.
He's like, I'm back, but he was out one day.
Never stopped handling the business.
Yeah, the business. Yeah.
Business.
So yeah. Now we're into the new business.
We are all really nice dudes, by the way. Like, we're all very nice. We're patient. We're kind. We're giving. But we're also all kind of tough. You know, we handle the biz. We'll do it. We're nice because we choose to be nice, but we don't have to be.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so true.
Right. You know, DeOrganized media is a tough media outlet.
Yes.
We're scrappy. I've been described as scrappy.
Facts.
I wish I had a Scrappy Doo image I could just play on the screen. We're Scrappy. I don't know if you guys remember Scrappy Doo. I'm old.
Oh yeah.
Scrappy Doo was actually the worst character on Scooby Doo.
He was. It's terrible.
Scrappy Dappy Doo.
He was a little shit.
He was such a jerk.
Yes, he was, dude.
But we are scrappy, not Scrappy Doo. We're scrappy. We'll go around. We'll have a break. We'll go another round. We'll just keep going. We're sick. We show up. We have a fire in the house. We show up. We were out last night, freezing our butt off until the wee hours of celebrating the new year. We show up.
We still show up. Let's go.
We seek. We show up.
That's it. We're tough.
Yeah, all of 2026, man. It's deorganized. It's a deorganized year. I feel it. For sure.
Yeah, and I just I'm feeling good. I'm not. There's a lot going on. There's a lot we still have to work on. And I'm not under any kind of misconception that We've made it. You know, we have a lot to do. But we've definitely come a long way from where we were a year ago. And I couldn't have done it without the two of you guys, by the way. Like you two, there's a huge. I don't want to deflect from the other people that have been contributing, but the two of you guys have made this something that I could never have built on my own. So thank you guys for all the work, all the support, all the love you guys have shown me this year. I really appreciate the two of you. I'm so happy and fortunate to have you here with me building this.
Yeah, dude, we're in the trenches together, man. This is the way. You find your good vibe tribe and you get into prime time grind time mode and just start knocking stuff out. So really fortunate to have a platform to be able to kick it with some really sound individuals that have the ethos and carry it on their back, man. Let's go.
Right on.
I so much appreciate being here with you guys. I didn't know that I can come off of TV speaking and about what's going on in the ecosystem, Web3, hanging out with you guys. Yeah, I am enjoying, and I so much appreciate you, Peace GP.
Yeah, dude, this is the way, man. You find your guys and you get into the trenches and you keep your ear low to the ground and you rise to the top. This is the DeOrganized way.
100%. And you know what? Now that since we're talking about it, huge shout out to Binta. Mm-hmm. She's been cranking. She's had a lot of growth this year. Hugely valuable part of this. P Lord has been contributing since early on and a huge contributor in the background, doing a ton of stuff for us. And guys like Tinderly, Dee on the team, Prince K, when you Hazel. We have Zenitron and all that he's been contributing to what we do. Our sponsors at Bitflow and Stacking Down for most of the year, and hopefully we'll get back on track with that. Guys like Rosar and Crypto Dude and Rafa and on. The BNS1 guys, the AIBTC Dev guys. Oh, did I forget to mention Hero Gamer, who, again, without which we would never have probably even had this. There's I can't even mention everybody. I couldn't possibly remember because the list is the contributors list is very long. But we are we're in the right place. A little over a year ago, I determined the Stacks is my home. I feel like I'm home on Stacks. And I've always been, since I got into crypto, I've always been Bitcoin first. And Stacks facilitates that, but adds the functionality of, smart contracts and Bitcoin DeFi, but has Bitcoin finality, which is, I was a big Ether fan for a long time. I still hold most of my ETH. And I'm not cutting it, but I really think that the future of Bitcoin is on Stacks, and the community here is actually what got me here. And I didn't even mention the Legend of Stacks legends, Jack Binswitch, who was the first. He's all of our brother. He's actually the reason we know each other. I don't think we'd have known each other at all if we hadn't fallen into Node Rocks because of Jack, and not to the extent that we do anyway. And, it's the people that keep, the three people that I met coming into the ecosystem were Jack Binswitch first. I found him looking for information on Stacks on X. I found Jack because he was prolifically writing articles all the time, supporting the ecosystem. Then I met Zero, who was one of the second people I interacted with. They were just building out Zero Authority, and Trajan app was actually part of, I think that was the reputation side. I think Zero Authority was the gig marketplace. Trajan was the reputation side of things, and they merged it together into one project. And early on, I was just trying to find out what was going on Stacks, and what Zero Authority DAO is building is very, very novel. Reputation, gig marketplace, on chain, on Bitcoin, cross chain now, and then Mr. Wolf. In like trying to find out what was going on in NFTs, I found Mr. Wolf and the Spaghetti Punk community, and then I met Hero Gamer, and then it was on. Because once I knew Hero Gamer and I was following him and paying attention to the D Grant stuff, that's really where I met everybody. You know, participating in those things. Hero puts everyone together. Hero brings people together from all sorts of different directions, in a hugely productive way, and it's just snowballed since a year and a half ago. And I feel like I'm really close and friendly with almost everybody in the ecosystem. And super excited to be here. And, here I am. We're having a conversation with the Chads. I'm still monologuing. So let me roll myself. What are you guys working on today?
Still getting used to the new year and trying to see how we can push this new year. And for myself, I'm still recovering to see how I can start shipping what I've been learning. And since we started off talking about clipping, GP has already been clipping, me I've already been clipping. So Binta wanted to learn more about clipping, so I think an episode will do.
Yeah, dude, we are in there like swimwear. We are so early that it hurts. Our future's so bright that we need shades. I think that we've made a lot of progress this year, and people underestimate what they can get done in a year, much less 5. So here's to the new year and all of the good work that is to come.
Yes, and you know what? The future is so bright.
I got my readers. I don't have any shades.
Are those blue light protected at least?
They are.
All right.
I'll be back. I'll be back. Give me your motorcycle and your jacket.
Get to the chopper.
To the chopper.
Yeah, dude. It's been a lot of fun this year. A lot of things like look back on. We got to go to the DeOrganized house in Vegas this year.
Such a great time. GP's having a
And
little
meet
bit
up
of
with some sound. Tosh, Rosar, Ace, all the guys, man. Jack. That was a cool experience, man. It was a cool experience getting to connect with everybody. Cryptiddy was in there. Solid.
Fleets.
Yep.
Fleets came out.
Yeah, dude. It was
a good time. It was actually excellent. We gotta plan it a little bit more ahead of time this year. We have lots of time in front of it, but I'm one way or another. I'm definitely going back to Vegas in May. Maybe they had me go down to Buenos Aires, so maybe we'll get a little bit more sponsorship. Shout out to Tycho, by the way, for sponsoring. That was the Zest sponsored DeOrganized house that we had back in May, and that was a huge lift, a huge help. Got to meet Tycho actually. He even came came to one of the events with us. What was the event he rode with us to?
We went to Bitcoin Beach together.
That's right. He came to the Bitcoin Beach event with us.
Yep. We got to.
I can't go on another car ride with Peace Love Music driving. I gotta bounce.
Yeah, dude. We all went out to Bitcoin Beach together. Big shout out to Tycho, man, for helping us make that happen. And there's value in getting all of those based individuals into the same room to connect. That's a memory for us to carry for the years to come. And we've been building together. Since day one, but like getting to really solidify that bond in Vegas was really cool, man. We are all birds of a feather, man. We get it. We have we're very like-minded. So it's really
that's now actually 2 fish songs that were referenced in unintentionally on the show today. Birds of a Feather is another fish song.
Look at that. It's a fishy day. That's a PHISH. Fishy. Let's go.
Oh man. To be honest with you, the vibe at a fish show is not unlike the vibe at DeOrganized house or Hacker House. Similar kind of vibe.
Definitely got the
Maybe a little bit less
wavy
mushrooms. We didn't we didn't take any magic mushrooms at DeOrganized house. I didn't anyway. I don't know about anybody else, but otherwise it was, it was a chat experience, a frat atmosphere, cutting loose, getting in touch with a different thing, and I cannot stress enough the value of meeting people in person, and how that changes relationships. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to suggest you have to do that to have a good relationship, but there's a bond that's formed in person, especially when you're cohabitating with people for a couple of days. There's a bond that forms. You get to know somebody a little bit differently than you do through this medium. It really solidified my, I was close to Jack beforehand, but I feel like he's like, you guys became family, getting to be there together and really working towards stuff and being there all day, and GP helping save breakfast after I burned some stuff, making us some eggs, and I burned the bacon, but GP saved it. It was GP coming clutch with taking all the footage when we're just figuring out. It was amazing, and I can't say enough about the same with Buenos Aires and getting to meet all those guys at the Hacker House and spending more time
GP,
with Eric and Adam and Ileana. Like it's
cheek magnet.
I'm not at liberty to. I'm not at liberty to engage in that, but I think it would be an amazing time going out with the guys and just being like the chief wingman, helping set everybody up.
Hex, dude.
So the next time, I think the next time we go into Vegas, one of the nights is going to be, all the guys go out, and the older guys will kind of help the younger guys out a little bit. We'll set you guys up. We'll be the setup men. He's like, this guy's actually been
this guy. You know what this guy does?
This guy's held Bitcoin since 2012, and then
he's a billionaire.
The tip of the spear when it comes to bringing.
What do you think is Billy Cat
back on chain?
He is the Bruce Wayne of stacks.
Bruce Wayne is FUD.
Bruce Wayne is FUD. That's a good meme. Good, dude. I agree, man. We got that type of swagger. We were out there and we made the city ours, while we were in it. So
we definitely did. And it was an amazing time, and it was great meeting you guys. We got to figure out how to get Hannah out to the next one.
Yes.
And I do want to. We got a New Year's message from Stack's account with Munib, and
whoa.
We were actually. It's a. You know what? I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna actually play it. It's only 3 minutes and 44 seconds. So let me play the whole thing.
We got shades on. 3D shades.
Shades on. We're gonna bring up Munib, and we're actually included in this.
Oh, really?
We are.
Super duper.
So let me just make this a little bit smaller so I can be on screen too.
Come up here, dude. There he is. Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna turn the music off so we can hear this whole thing. It's only 3 minutes, and I definitely think it's worth. The whole thing's great, by the way. So let me get this going.
We got around $600 million of BTC
Can you
capital.
guys hear
The
that?
natural question is, can we
loud and
put the
clear.
capital to use? Can we use it to secure the chain as well? DEX is maybe the only big project out there, like in the top 100, that will never want to replace Bitcoin as number because it cannot. It cannot exist without Bitcoin. Our security is now dependent on Bitcoin hash rate and Bitcoin finality. Stacks cannot even produce a block if a Bitcoin block doesn't happen, right? Like it's basically like a child.
Stacks just strikes me as the only thing that is tightly coupled enough to Bitcoin that it also is unstoppable.
In order to reorg Stacks, you must reorg Bitcoin. It was very important to make sure with the new Nakamoto upgrade to go in that direction. So we are essentially have Bitcoin finality and the hash power of Bitcoin kind of behind us.
We're here for Bitcoin and we're here on Stacks because we believe in decentralized, distributed, peer-to-peer, permissionless, trustless, borderless, immutable, censorship-resistant exchange and communications.
The way we think of Stacks is it's sort of like the blue chip Bitcoin L2. It's the largest market cap asset, got an investment for some of the top people over the years, and most importantly, it attracts the best builders.
Best.
Very talented.
We are very proud of our builder community. We are proud of our culture of like always doing the right things and sort of like leading the way for bringing more builders and capital into the Bitcoin L2 space.
Stacks has been around for a while and so had the time to build a Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem where we can actually put together the building blocks and build something like HBTC.
And we proudly believe in the power of free markets and decentralized technology to unleash the creativity and the brilliance. We as a society have hundreds of years to show how important predictability and certainty is to business. And just because the technology is different does not mean that the needs of entrepreneurs and builders are any different than they were 100 years ago.
You get store value, pet rock, digital gold, whatever someone wants to call it. But with respect, it is a very valuable asset that has entered into all of our lives and changed so much for us foundationally.
We are on the verge of a paradigm shift. My view for the foreseeable future is that more and more communities are going to seize the power, and I'm building for communities.
Today, I'll be talking about how you can maximize and compound your Bitcoin holdings over time, all thanks to Stacks and our programmable asset, SBTC.
SBTC really differentiates itself the three key ways that any product differentiates itself, which is that it's cheaper, it's faster, and it's better, and like by a large margin.
It really is a range of holder types, but we're definitely seeing interest from institutions, which includes family office, hedge funds, VCs that have really been participating in volume.
There's a huge range. There's definitely some big whales that came in and gobbled up big chunks too.
Seeing SBTC, more than SBTC, I think it's more about seeing progress around self-custodial or trustless ways of locking your Bitcoin on the L1 and using it in the L2. I feel when people discover Stacks and they go deep and they understand how much thought has actually gone into this project for the long-term sustainability of it, I think they would appreciate it.
Bullish.
That's super nice.
Massive.
Yes.
Massive.
Giant, dude. That is a really cool montage of just literally a portion, very small portion of all the bullish stuff that happened this year was covered in that video. So, yeah, it got me feeling bullish, man. More of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Extra bullish, and also big shout out to Peace for making it. And yeah, massive.
I might have teared up a little bit when I saw that. I was tagged in the post, the second post, like the underneath. I was like, "What? I'm in this. Let's go. We made it. We made it.
Mama made it. Mama made it.
Let's go. You know what? That is the whole fundamental, the ethos, the decentralized, distributed, permissionless, trustless, borderless, censorship-resistant, open source ethos for permissionless and trustless exchange and communication. censorship resistant. That is what we are here for. That's what attracted me to Bitcoin. And like Muneeb said, probably the only project in the top 100 that's not actually ever going to one day be looking to replace Bitcoin. Stacks is here for Bitcoin. And Jesus loves Bitcoin too. Where is he? Didn't I just see
is a Bitcoiner.
I had a vision. There he is. Let's go. Happy New Year, Jesus.
Happy New Year, Jesus. Let's go.
Let's go.
But yeah, it makes sense. Stacks being the only project in the top 100 that needs Bitcoin, right? It is very, very closely aligned with Bitcoin. It needs Bitcoin to keep going forward and growing and expanding to be successful. So, I think it's really cool that I got to connect with all of the builders in this ecosystem this year. And I really look forward to seeing what gets shipped 2026, man. All of our devs are heads down right now. And I couldn't think of a more passionate, talented community of builders.
100%, man. 100%. So we have actually, I just had like 4 things I went through my head, and I was going to say something, but I lost it because I wanted to actually get back to, you guys had mentioned making clips and scheduling on the space this morning. Binta had mentioned wanting to get a regular show on the schedule, a regular time slot where we're just focusing on that, making clips, using the tools to do so, and how to do that. And honestly, that would be, we have so much content. We're not being able to turn it around as much as we can because every day we're making more content. So it's hard to go back and go through the older content and process it and use it. And I think that what I said to Binta this morning was, yes, let's just pick a day. We could do it. It's something we could do every day potentially, but to get started, just pick a day and figure out, we don't need to know all the format up front. It could literally just be, we get together and hash out how we're going to do it in the first show. It doesn't have to be super well planned or prepared. That's actually that's the DeOrganized way, is to just kind of start running the camera and get on there and figure out and see where it goes. Yeah. But locking in a specific time is important, that's actually how we got started. We're like, oh, we have this space in the morning, we can start doing live streaming. I'll come on and just say hi and have some words and maybe do a recap on what's going on in the space if there's any news. And now we're doing it every day. We're streaming all day. And now we have this platform where we can do basically whatever we want. And I know, GP, you would love to start getting a regular evening show, maybe not quite as late as you were going. But that's the same thing. Let's pick a day. It doesn't have to be a commitment to every day. Maybe it'll end up being every day if it becomes that much in demand and there's that much to talk about and you have the time to designate to it, or we find other people to pick up some other days, or however we want to do it. But
that's something that I would love to see out of DeOrganized this year, is more show hosts to come on and kick it with us. I know that we have a lot of people looking to get a platform to speak about what they're doing, and it is one of those things that we've kind of moved towards. Nosferatu was training on how to run the studio. Same with Hana. These things. We it's not just us, right? Like we are all looking to provide a place for everybody to learn and grow. So it's really cool to think like, hey, what shows could possibly be on DeOrganized and what show hosts are hosting those shows. So
even maybe some live guys jump in, share their screen and do some Arc Raider playing or something later in the day. Yeah, you guys are, might as well start putting that on here. If you guys you're getting ready to stream them anyway, Yeah.
Well, Crypto Dude is like creating the GameFi League, right? Where, gamers, we're aiming to onboard gamers ahead of Cryptonauts. The launch of Cryptonauts. So it's one of those things, man. I agree. Like we should do it. It hits that entertainment piece, right?
Right. Well, if you got the league and you got a bunch of people getting together to play, you might as well be streaming it on here. We can keep the stream going. You guys can drop them in. Even if it's just one of you guys that's playing, come in and share your screen, and then it gets exposure to that project.
Yeah. I think that it's a brilliant concept. Getting into GameFi and onboarding individuals from the games, especially since we're kind of building a game via Unreal Engine and Stacks. So it kind of
you guys are building a game.
Yeah, dude,
legit game, an on-chain integrated with Bitcoin transactions and on-chain assets game.
The first one that is like connected to on-chain action. It's very, very cool. It's very novel as well, right? And one thing I admire about the process of putting Cryptonauts together is that CryptoDude is documenting the whole process so that other builders could get involved and learn how to get the Stacks authentication flow connected to whatever game they're building. So I think that
trailblazing,
build the change is the motto.
Yep, trailblazing, showing other people how to do it. One game is not going to send the ecosystem, but one game done right will help open the floodgates.
I agree. We have these different ideas and concepts for NFTs. So you're able to buy and hold these NFTs and actually have possession of your in-game assets. They're in-game and on-chain. So it's really, really cool. It's a very cool concept. And, we're hammering. CryptoDude is beastly. He's got a couple different there's a reason he won that Stacky Award, right? For the dev that does not sleep, is because this guy literally does not sleep. He's building BoostX, building DCast, building Cryptonauts, GameFi League. This guy's building a lot. So can't undersing his praise, man.
Yeah, and also in the game you can also talk to GP, interact to GP, and they can show you the way out and also how to transact. GP, that character that's in game, the one that you talk to interact with also other platforms like Bitflow and something's on Stacks.
Yeah, dude. You got that's something that really that I enjoy the most is that we've done some voice acting too for the Gigapepe character, and we're creating quests and these different NPCs, these non-playable characters in the game. They can represent any protocol in our ecosystem or project. So I think it's cool. I think that's just an interesting way to get people to interact with the chain, and you can get different buffs and boosts for doing so, and even unlock legendary items through completing these quests. So
maybe there's a day to pick to do some gameplay streaming.
Yeah, I'm
pick
so
a day,
down.
and that way it's an anchor. The Chads know that that's the day. At least that day, you guys are going to get together and play, get everybody in, and we can start setting a little bit more of a routine, so it's easier to manage because we know when it's going to be, and then we can set up the processes and the format.
Yeah, I think Thursday or Friday would probably be a good day. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays it tend to be like a little heavy for me. I'm doing a lot, so maybe Thursday or Friday is a good day for that.
Friday night might be a good game night.
I think so too.
Thursday night too might be. Depends on when the guys want to play, right? But most gamers want to play. Most gamers are playing every night. Right. So it's a matter of just having them know what to expect, what to expect, and feel good about, this is what we're going to do tonight.
Yeah, well, we have the Zest, like on Fridays we play games in the Zest Discord around 5. So it's, I mean, it could be that we log into the Discord and stream from there. Just pull up our Restream and stream it from there. I think that'd be a good way to go about it. Just maybe combining both. I know that I was doing the Zest meme coin sprint and the Find2Earn rounds, the Find2Earn Fridays, around that time. So, and I was streaming it from DeOrganized. So I think that Friday might be the day to do it.
Friday might be the day. Friday might be the day.
We can get some clips.
Game time.
Yes. Time to blow off some steam after working really hard, all week long.
There's no show on Saturday morning, so we don't have to. There's not a lot going on Saturday. I don't have a whole lot going on most Saturday mornings now, so that might be a good way to go.
Yeah, I think so, man. We'll have to experiment with it a little bit. And another cool thing, man, with Dcast, we're able to, throw up whatever overlays we want on the screen. And maybe if they want to add me or something like that, I can put my Embark ID on that, so that way they can scan it and then potentially play with us. That'd be pretty cool. Just trying to find a way to make it interactive with the audience.
Yeah, we're somewhat limited with Restream. It has its, obviously there's other things we can do with Restream that are a lot easier, like the three of us sitting here talking right now is a lot easier to facilitate in Restream than in something like OBS. Maybe it's just getting it set up in OBS properly too, but it's we definitely have a lot. There's so much we can do, and that's really, I think that's part of the challenge is figuring out what to do first.
Yeah, I agree. There's so many directions that you can take, and not really knowing where to start is often the the biggest step. So maybe we just play it by ear and try it out one of these days. It is the first day of 2026, and I imagine this is somewhat of a a segment to do on Fridays where we show off what's going on, and this is what people are doing. Arc Raiders has influenced a lot of the things that we are putting into Cryptonauts. The gameplay, and we've got crafting mechanics and all of that stuff. So showing off.
Arc Raider is just a multiplayer online game that you guys are. It's a shooter game, right? Teams.
Yes. It's a looter shooter extract type game. Like you have to go into the map and then you fight
socializing.
Right.
Socializing
robots, and you can choose to either team up. So it's a player versus environment versus player is the way that it's set up. And you got to get into the map and then loot it, find all the loot, and then make it to the extract alive. So it's got some.
But it's teams too, or is it not? Is it teams, or do you kind of just?
Yeah. You can have teams. So it's 3-man teams is the max party size. So you can go in there with 2 other individuals.
Oh, I think GP froze.
Yeah, is having network issues. Yeah, so the game is really doing quite well. Also in numbers, people thought it was going to drop in numbers.
I have to talk to my my 17-year-old son, who will turn 18 this year, graduate high school likely, hopefully. He's a gamer. He's up until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning most days, even on school nights now. I can't stop him. But he's gaming all the time. I haven't asked him yet. I haven't had a chance to be like, hey, are you playing Arc Raiders? And he'll probably look at me like he can't believe that I even know what Arc Raiders is. The only reason I know is from you guys.
Oh yeah. So So how I got into Arc Raiders is we're playing the finals. So that's the same guys who made Arc Raiders. So I saw the guys were playing it, and also I saw how it was blowing up on YouTube. All the streamers were playing Arc Raiders. So yeah, I kind of got peer pressured into it. And then when I got into it, there's no game that I played after that. GP back.
Yo, Wagwan, bad man.
Wagwan man.
Let's go. Hajime.
The first double production turn on, turn off, turn on, turn off of the year has been facilitated. GP came in, turned himself on. I turned him off by accident because I saw him come in.
Yeah, dude. We did the thing. We got the same buttons in the studio.
It lives in 2026.
Dark season, rabbit season, dark season, rabbit season.
Fire!
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Yeah, dude. So we're in good shape. I feel like we have an abundance of content and stuff to talk about and things to film and document. So I feel like 2026, we're starting off on the right foot.
100%, man. We are starting off on the right foot. Things are heading in a great direction. We have
and letting all the regular stuff that happens.
We have more things to get into than we even can probably cover, which is just a great place to be. And again, I love being here with you guys because you guys are all you bring different perspectives and bring different ideas than I would have been able than I could ever facilitate on my own. So I really love doing this with you guys. We will be back tomorrow with Find2Earn rounds. I'm not sure. I have to talk to Zenitron over the weekend and see what the format will be coming into the month here. But we will have Find2Earn rounds regularly. I don't know if it'll be daily or maybe every couple of days or something like that. We haven't figured out exactly how we'll do it, but we will have Find2Earn rounds tomorrow. I think SIP show tomorrow as well. I'm not 100% certain what we have lined up for that. I haven't talked to Hero about it. But we're going to start kind of continuing as normal. And then,
guys,
you guys have anything else going on today? Hannah, what do you got?
You're telling me that the holiday is over. So the holiday was just 2 days.
Back to prime time, grind time. Let's go.
Today's the holiday. Here we are. We're still here, man. We're still here. That's actually what part of the value.
No holiday for streamers. No holiday for streamers.
There's no holiday for There's no holiday for tough sons of bitches like us.
Let's go, dude.
That's what it goes down to. We work sick. We work on the holiday. We gotta. That's part of the value proposition that we provide. No matter what's going on in the ecosystem, price action's down, the market's collapsing, there's macroeconomics, there's war in Europe, war in there's whatever's going on, there's fraud going on. We're here. There's no one on crypto Twitter, but we're here. And that's the value in that is that when somebody needs to come on, they need a spotlight, they need a platform, they know they can rely on us because we're going to be here. And we don't take a lot of it.
Yep, we are here, guys, and our boat is ready. Send your monies. Jokes, guys.
All right, Ebo Noah, let's go. Let's go.
Yeah.
So, do you guys have any traditions that you do for to usher in the new year?
I don't really.
Yeah, so we usually eat Hoppin' Johns and greens in my family.
What is Hoppin' Johns?
Hoppin' Johns is like rice and black-eyed peas. It's super good. It's got like a little ham in there and stuff. And then
I've never heard of it, but I'm happy to try it. Although I actually have to. I have not been good managing my diabetes the last couple months, probably, if I'm being honest. And so, I have to be very limited on my rice consumption and other carbs. But it does sound excellent. I have to just I have to start getting used to hearing things sound good and then not getting to try them.
Oh, that's rough, man. I don't wish that on my worst enemy, dude. But yes, we need you for the long haul.
I was doing really well for a long. I'm about 20 pounds heavier than I was at my most fit after I got diagnosed. When I first got diagnosed, it took me a while to figure it out. And then for a long time, I literally just didn't eat anything with sugar, anything with carbs. I lived on, salad, meat, cheese. And,
so what do you put in your coffee? You put sugar in your coffee?
No, I haven't put sugar in my coffee for a long time. So before I was diagnosed with diabetes, I didn't drink water very often. I drank Gatorade, which is full of sugar. But even then, I didn't put sugar in my coffee. So my coffee is just cream. I don't drink soda. I drink club soda, which has no sugar in it. I also avoid sugar substitutes like NutraSweet and all that stuff because they're really actually very bad for you.
They
it's far
are.
worse than sugar.
Also, the sweeteners are bad also?
Yes.
Yeah, most of them are really bad. Aspartame, erythritol, monk fruit is good, but a lot of times they mix it with erythritol, so you don't know. They're bad for you. They're all bad for you. The fake sugar is actually worse than real sugar, which is also not good for you. The sugar is not good for you. I just can't. I can't eat a lot of carbs either. Even a lot of pasta or I just have to. And so I have to be more disciplined with it. I know I can. I did it for a long time. Also for a while I was. So I don't know if you guys may remember, because when I first started joining the spaces a lot before I was even doing DeOrganized, a lot of times I would be on my walk. My Mrs. Peace Love's job had actually afforded her an extra 15 minutes in her lunch break every day, and we would actually go for a 1.5 mile or so walk every day, Monday through Friday. And I'm not getting as much exercise because I'm trapped at my desk all day, and I'm also not eating as healthy because I have less time to prepare the stuff so my resolution, not so much as my resolution for the new year, but I'm trying to work on getting more exercise and avoiding carbs and avoiding sugar and eating more healthy stuff so that I can I definitely felt better too. I had more energy, I was less tired. So I just gotta, I'm a badass. I know I can do it. It does suck. It sucks when everyone's because there's a lot. My wife's a foodie. She eats a lot she loves desserts. She cooks a lot. She makes a lot of great stuff. We're talking about chili the other day, and I'm talking about putting a big pile of mac and cheese in there. I really can't do that. I really can't do that. I shouldn't. And the thing is that once I've been really good, I can do it. I can do it today, but that's a trap.
It is because you're gonna do it the next day too.
Well, you really want those carbs. The cravings for the carbs the next day when you haven't had them for a long time and you had them one day is brutal. It's like a drug addiction. It really is. Fortunately, I haven't had a lot of experience with that. I did smoke cigarettes for a long time, though. Quit them for a long time. Picked it up again under a stressful situation and got stuck in it for another couple of years. It's very, I have that mentality. I can be addicted to things, so it's best to just abstain.
Yeah, you remember
from it.
Yeah, you remember those I was addicted to into the fourth month without ever. I'm kind of happy about that because I was
good,
crashing
man.
from those.
Those are not good for you either. When I was about your guys' age when my ex and I broke up, and I was dating for the first time in my adult life, actually. And I lived on Monster. Monster and Rockstar Recovery. I didn't sleep. I hardly slept. I slept like maybe 3 hours a day. And I wasn't even like I was just I just got my real estate license. I was on Match.com, setting up dates, going out all the time. But those things will absolutely take a toll on you. They aren't good for you. What do we got up here, GP?
Oh, so yeah, this may be a signal, right, for 2026. This may be, happening more often than we think. Federal Reserve injected $31 billion into the U.S. banking system via overnight repos, marking the largest liquidity injection since COVID. So
this started last Friday, by the way.
Yeah,
it started last Friday. There's some that's not a good sign that they're injecting repo. There's some cracks in the traditional finance ecosystem, the infrastructure right now, and it remains to be seen how that's going to shake out. This is not a good situation.
Yeah, not at all. I feel like they're forced to print. Their hand has been pushed, and they're trying to keep everything afloat, right? And it is just a life raft that is full of water right now.
Right. And leaking air.
Yeah, and leaking air. So it's like hanging on by the skin of its teeth.
It's precarious.
Yeah, so I think that this may be, the setting the pace for 2026. I hope that it somehow perceived as bullish somewhere.
It could be bullish long term for asset prices, but in the short, I don't think we're going to see. I think it'll take time for the long term. I do think that we're going to see productivity increasing. It'll be curious. It'll be curious to see how they do it. I think they're going to have to start printing. I think they've already started buying. They've already started QE. I think they're going to keep rate. I think they're going to have to cut rates in January, even though they telegraphed that they weren't expecting to early. It's not baked in right now for sure. A rate cut. I think it's only like a 13% chance right now that they're going to cut rates in January. But I do think that they need to. If they don't, it's a mistake in my opinion. They need to inject liquidity. It's a problem right now. Things are not good. We have the issue going on with precious metals prices because there's not enough available for delivery. Japan, I just reported Japan's predicted to fall further in their place for the strongest economy, which is nothing. Don't get me wrong. Like I think they're falling behind India. India is growing. India is actually a huge economic engine for growth. And I do think that there's opportunities globally, but things are. We're gonna see a massive overhaul in our economy and how things go, and I don't think people are quite prepared for. There's gonna be some pain. I think there's going to be some pain. I think you're going to see layoffs. I think you're going to see, for a number of reasons, it'll be blamed on AI. It'll be blamed on this, that, and the other thing. But it's not just. It's because. I mean, what's going on in Minnesota, right? With the daycares and the fraud. Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, this is not Somali immigrant based. That's a scapegoat. This isn't about any specific culture. It's not about immigrants. Those frauds have been facilitated. Those people were led to. Nobody just came up with the idea of doing that, and there was no oversight. No one got caught, and some random YouTuber pointed it out. The system knows. It's designed for that.
Oh, and now they're trying to cover up their traces by blowing it up on the news.
Well, they're also trying to say it's not true. what's his name? Shirley. What's his first?
I forget his name, but yeah, he does like
Shirley, and he's getting death threats, like legit. So I don't want to say the mob, but the political system in the U.S. is very organized and brutal and mob-like, and the political system is tied to the intelligence community and the military-industrial complex, which we don't talk about very much anymore because the media is part of that as well. And there is fraud and abuse and graft rife throughout the system right now. I am hopeful that the rails that we're building here on crypto are going to afford us the capacity to transcend this current paradigm. But there is a lot of waste and fraud and abuse in the system, and that is actually the fundamental reason why we're experiencing a slow motion economic collapse, and is what we are experiencing. They might be able to manipulate things and distract from it and prolong things and make things not happen as severely as they happen more slowly. Or there could be some things that they just depending on they don't know what's going to happen that could make things more more prone to disruption in a shorter period of time. And all they can do right now is try to ward off the inevitable. The dollar is going to decline. They're trying not to allow that to happen. But I do think in 10 years, the dollar won't be the sole exchange currency in the globe. My hope is that it is Bitcoin, because that's going to be more holistic and more available and less controllable. And I do think that's part of the problem, is there's too much top-down control. We're supposed to be a society of free people, individuals, and the government is supposed to be of, by, and for us, at least here in the United States. But it really isn't that. That's a false representation. The government is instigated through the threat of violent force to compel compliance. You don't have the ability to opt out. You don't have the ability to really oppose when the government's doing shady stuff. And there's mechanisms in place right now that make it even harder and harder to do so. If you find graft, if you find fraud, the establishment media challenges you. They treat you like you're the problem and don't actually facilitate. They're not there for the media. Was supposed to be a check on governance, and now it's a tool of the governing establishment to maintain power and control. We got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, that's why it's important, the work that we're doing. The independent media companies, we need more of them, covering all of the stories that people need to be hearing.
That's 100% true. 100% true. I don't have. So, did you have anything? I'm sorry, I talked over you on this.
Oh no, dude, you're good. Good take, dude. Good take.
So, yeah, this stuff it's a problem. It's a problem, and that $31 billion via overnight repo liquidity injections is
sketchy business, to say the least.
It's not a good sign. It might not be a bad sign for risk on assets long term, like Bitcoin. I would definitely hold Bitcoin instead of dollars, but your Bitcoin could go down in price too. I think things are going to get really rough.
Yeah, you could even hold Bitcoin-backed dollars with base dollar and USDH.
That's right. USDH and some kinds HBTC.
Yeah, soon. HBTC vaults. You know, the different yield strategies coming out of the Hermetica camp. I'm really interested in seeing what those HBTC vaults look like.
For sure. I love you guys. I don't have anything else. Is there anything else we needed to touch on today?
Yeah, dude. Pay attention. Be sure to follow the Zest protocol handle. Stacks Markets V2 are going to be launching very, very soon. So
how soon?
I'm thinking within the next week or so.
Let's go.
We should have it. So pay attention. Get into the Zest Discord.
Hyundai.
Hajime. We will have.
Jacob, we got it in. That one's gone.
Yeah.
We will have new activity schedules posted in Stacking Down Discord and Zest Discord in a little bit. For ushering in the new year. And just pay attention, guys. There are a lot of indicators that we are early. We are very, very early, and we are trailblazing it for the newcomer. So I think that Stacks Market V2, HBTC vaults. We've got Stacking DAO hitting a new all-time high as far as TVL and the native stacking pool. We've got 700 plus SBTC, earning up to 5% APY on Zest. There's so much to look at right now. There's so much building taking place. Stacks is the innovation center for the Bitcoin economy. So I think that we are so early that it hurts, and this is the building phase, and the ship it phase is coming. So let's get to it.
Right on. In there until it hurts.
In there until it hurts.
In there till it hurts, Brody.
In there like swimwear. We are so early that it hurts.
Oh, that's right.
Or we're in there like it hurts.
In there
whatever
like
boat,
Yeah. Look, we don't judge. We don't judge.
Anybody.
Hannah, how you feeling, man? You still sound a little rough. I think you probably need some rest.
I think if I wake up tomorrow morning, I'll be much better, because you can see now I'm sweating a bit. Yeah, can you show that rubber ducky?
Rubber ducky, you're the one.
Yeah, with the mohawk.
Now you need to get a Jeep, GP. You can put that rubber ducky in your dash in your windshield.
One day I will have a Jeep, and this rubber duck will be in the windowsill of my Jeep.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. I gotta get back to. I still gotta go do some stuff to make sure I can sleep in my regular bed tonight. I do not want another night on the couch. Although I'll, whatever we gotta do, we'll do. But we will put out. So again, we will run some more content at 2 p.m. Will be the live proof of work show with Nick from Bitcoin Live and Gerald from Crypto Oracle is his handle on X. Always some great stuff. That'll end our stream, and then Nick's gonna come on with he's got some kind of show he's planning tonight, so stay tuned, and we'll be back tomorrow morning with some more stuff, and maybe by then I'll actually figure out what the contest is for January, and we can get started on that.
Let's go.
No promises though. I don't know. I might not get that till Monday. Any final words before we wrap up, guys?
Yeah, man. Remember to carry the highest frequency vibes into 2026. We are activated and mobilized, and at the front end of Bitcoin history. So get activated, guys, and kill it all of 2026.
Just one thing I gotta say, that little light beam when you turn your head to, I think it's to your right. Yeah, is it like no? It was just on your beard for a minute, and it was kind of. You can actually, it's like a future view. He got the gray beard. He's like, what are we matching over here? And like,
that's a gray beard.
Die.
20 years. years from now, GP's going to be running the show, and there's going to be all those young guys that are out there now, and they're going to call him Graybeard and all that stuff. This is what you're going to look like.
Of GP.
Of GP. Oh shit.
I love you guys. I love you guys so much. I am super bullish on 2026 because of you, and our viewers and our audience and our ecosystem, and everything that's going on here. Much love. Thank you guys for tuning in. Happy 2026. Get some rest today. It is the new year. It's a day off. It's a holiday. We're just going to put out some repeat content so you have something to tune into. If you're on the crypto Twitter and you want to catch up on some of the things we've been covering for the year lately, there's always great content coming on at you. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. I am Peace, Love, Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday. You'll have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Reform peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back.
Asked Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is? Because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go, and check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week. And we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIFCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh. And we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality. And of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freeger SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it, and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah. So that's with that.
All right. So probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away. It's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shaw in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me. Hold on.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowments, if 31 opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now, and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, soon I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now we're it's breaking.
I can't control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome. Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share
Oh,
the
yeah.
blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum, as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury. And so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026 for this reason. We have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3. What do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOL should we bring in? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are 2 things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there. Nice. Go up a little bit. Well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up. Other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations, that explaining both there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. You know, they have a light bulb moment, especially at Dev Connect where it was a lot of devs. You know, because they're the people that are building, and so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you know, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, you know, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all this stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
It's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post. Go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with Stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and Stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into Stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in Stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy Stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want Stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utila standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask or like the big wallets to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I'd rather put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive and will check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. Of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
down in the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they kind of sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now have an SBTC asset, so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like, I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
Tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there. There's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired, that they have the playroom that they need to get Stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which is there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like, I'd say, like, the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and Labsco together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So,
and to that point, yeah, that's great. Great to hear everything. And Rina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes,
yeah.
I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just, like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think.
Stacks forum is the best place, because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So, like, I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful, because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah, Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum of, we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So kind of you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit. So I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members. But
oh yeah, and when can I buy Stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like, I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost work. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I'm in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
we're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community, and I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Minswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens that were the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be resident there.
The foundation and our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO. Because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both. But right now, managing the funds is probably paramount. Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. Like there is like most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little for during the before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to like a slot.
Awesome. I want to. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing a Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rita, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is like his R&D baby. Like he has been gunning for this as a long-time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, like this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on is very, very exciting because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today and, maybe the, macro environment looks a little bit better for us. And, things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now. But it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that. And it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered in the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So like the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The LabsCo, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment, so it really is one org. It's just a foundation of LabsCo. The LabsCo is our subsidiary, so there is no more which entity does this. It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted to...
welcome. No, it's...
You to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do, but obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I'm just staff at endowment, or everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body, because that is clear. You wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LabsCo, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach of getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
totally. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to...
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better, and there's been a lot of
More is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent that I am now. Huge value.
I think it's just difficult for sometimes first timer to know where to go. And I think being a little bit out there and a little bit kind of welcoming, I think it really helps to because they will start asking questions like, where do I go? How do I participate? Or if you give them like a pointer where to participate. Because Stacks is, I came into Stacks 4 years ago. I jumped on one of the public calls that Willbuddy hosted, and it was open. So little things like that, like people sometimes just need to know, like, actually, when you dig under the hood, there's a lot of opportunity and openness to Stacks, and it's just making that awareness part that people can participate and where.
Couldn't agree more. I think we're lucky to have such a community that's opening, welcoming, and friendly.
I'm going to bring them on. We got a late comer. Kinderly is in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing? Or it's evening for you. Are you with us?
I'm very good. Oh, nice. So, Raina, if you don't mind me asking,
he's having some technical difficulties.
So, also, I know you head up the DeFi working group, right? And is there any like cool updates from that group?
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing all of the groups back now to the LabsCo so I can do what I do best, is trade and manage our treasury. I think wearing sometimes too many hats comes at a detriment. But from the DeFi working group, what they've been helping advise me on is how they want me to deploy the working capital. So from the budget, there's 25 million stacks that has been set aside to deploy in DeFi. And so what kind of our goal is right now is to make sure we're deploying it or we manage the spreads and reduce slippage across the ecosystem. Because what I don't want to see is someone doing like a 10K SBTC to BTC swap on Bitflow and getting wrecked by slippage. And so that's what I'm like, they're really making sure that I target the right spread and band targets. So like that's been a key priority from the DeFi working group right now, as well as making sure we're all ready to support Bitflow as they move to HODLMM. So the concentrated liquidity will be a big ecosystem boon. Currently, when you're using an AMM in this kind of V2 model, they're not super capital efficient to rebalance the pools. And so that's kind of where the DeFi working group has been provided a lot of initiative to myself and other builders to make sure that we can manage that. And then kind of also from the DeFi working group is they've been testing the Circle integration to make sure that we're ready to move AE USDC into USDCX and things like that. So a lot of things, but I'll say it's more like nuts and bolts of making sure the infrastructure behind DeFi works.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's all coming together, I feel.
It's all coming together, and I'm excited for the new year to come.
Yeah, 100%. There is so, like, we rattle off like more than a handful of items before, and we didn't even touch on HODLMM and concentrated liquidity and zero slippage, or the less slippage, the more efficient distribution of capital. There's so many things coming to this ecosystem, and it's Bitcoin oriented, which is what everyone ultimately wants. We are in the right place. It's just a matter of, we just got to keep chipping away. and it'll all come together for sure.
And Reina, if you know, I'm starting to do like a little bit more graphics around like the upcoming calls of the next week. So if you know in January ahead of like when the calls might be for Stacks and Delma, I'll make like graphics.
Perfect. I'll actually coordinate with yourself and I guess Rick or Brandon at Stacks Labs to make sure the time is right before I even put it on the ecosystem calendar. So I'll make sure that it works for everyone. I'll try to do something that's like the normal DeOrganized timing. I think we try to do like 10:30 Eastern or something like that to hit the time zones, but that's what I'm going to be aiming for.
Yeah, we'll come to leverage the SIP call as well on a Friday.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hijack the SIP call for a little bit. I appreciate all of it.
You have carte
I mean, it's officially governance call, I think, or sometimes we refer to the SIPs because governance is broader and SIP is more specific. But Stacks on this call essentially sort of facilitated by the Stacks Foundation anyway. So this call has a lot of the governance elements to it, such as when SIP 31 was on, Alex came on and shared the idea, gave feedback from the community. That was a true governance effort.
I love it.
So yeah, it is compatible.
Well, I have to comply with everything governance because that's how I get to do what I get to do. So thank you for everyone who works through on governance and making sure it works smoothly because it is a massive undertaking.
But worth it. And we need more volunteers, by the way. We need more people in the governance, in the working groups and the CAB and people getting involved in the SIP calls and the SIP process. We are ironing out. Hero's been doing a ton of work, by the way, ironing out the roadmap and a template for submitting more SIPs. And actually, I just heard that we got more SIPs. We had one announced last week that's very interesting. Another one that...
There's a couple in the works from what I saw on GitHub.
There are several in the works and more to come from what we've been hearing for some very interesting things.
We need to get Fridger SIP out. That SIP 32 improves stacking. That's basically essentially no downside. Only improves everybody's yield.
It also helps with the cooldown cycle as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. It removes it.
Yeah, we need to get that conversation back up, I think, because SIP 31, now is over, and I think it's time to get back to some of these already sort of got community consensus, pretty developed further on, I believe. Just need to speak to co-developers on that. And yeah, I know there's I see on the blog there are several huge technical upgrades coming too, so I can
upgrades, and I also put a recap of what's been shipped since SIP 31 because sometimes it's good to recap that a lot of work has been done behind the scenes.
Great. Yeah, I'll definitely share this post out.
Yeah, I should be up and ready in just a couple moments, and you'll see the endowment and Stacks the Stacks handle tweeted out. Sorry.
Awesome. We will absolutely, we will obviously amplify that as much as we can, as we always do. Tenderly, welcome to the end of the show. How you doing, man?
So, Peace, I just got a few things to share, if you don't share.
Yeah, sir.
Just to drive a bit of
How are you all doing?
We're doing well, man. Tenderly, if you don't, if you do not know, Tenderly is one of the young up-and-coming content creators and community builders in the ecosystem. He's doing a great job.
Hey, how's it going?
And here I'm sharing you. There we go.
Yeah, so I just want to sort of bring a little bit more attention again to the Stacks Forum, because this is where we have the working groups recaps, and there you can find, for example, Tuesdays working groups recaps for clarity. And the things being discussed, I think it's really useful to just a quick browse. And then there are a lot of resources here I linked where you can get, for example, I didn't even know the clarinet needs to be upgraded, and there's like a lot of links that you can get your clarinet upgraded so that it supports Clarity 4 functions. So yeah, I do recommend create an account. It's pretty easy to create an account. I think you just link your Discord or GitHub, and then you're in. And start like posting feedback on there, interact with the thread, whatever thread that might be, like the one that Reina just posted. She's literally asking for your feedback right there. Like post like your feedback. What should we do? How should we grow? So really recommend that. And the other thing was, like I said, I'm starting to post more like the upcoming calls, maybe more visually, get the words out there, start bringing out of the Stacks calendar and bringing out of the Stacks forum and just out to the public. So you can see exactly what kind of working group or calls, like for example, Friday, we're not officially working group yet, or we don't know, but anyway, we are one of the key ecosystem calls, and I'll be putting like the town hall on here. I'll be putting Stacks endowment calls on upcoming calls. So do follow the Stacks Foundation handle, then you can see exactly what's coming up and how to join and how to subscribe to the calendar. It's all here. Cool?
Cool. I love the visualization, aspect of it. I need a visual cue, so this helps.
Yeah, I'm also one of those guys who needs a visual cue. If you hide the thumbnail and just see the text, I think I might skim through on my timeline. I might skip it, But I think it helps.
Well, also the recaps you've been doing and letting people know that these working groups exist, not only that they exist, but that what's going on there has been tremendously valuable as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, I try to summarize it like on like this, like the one from yesterday. So you can see like the topic, and then you can go into Stacks forum and read it more if you want. Yeah, so I'm experimenting with different methods. So if you have any idea that I'm doing the right approach, or
so here we go. I have a question, sir.
So welcome feedback.
I have a question. Yeah. I have a question, sir. So, sir,
ask away.
What is the work group for? Because I actually came late. Sorry, I was actually watching before I came up here. What is the work group for?
So, working group essentially. Working group essentially is a way for you to join a specific topic, and they work towards a specific mission. So Clarity, for example, they educate Clarity there. They support Clarity devs there. They also discuss the upcoming Clarity upgrade, for example. So if you have any Clarity feature suggestions, you can also go there. If you need help, you can go there. If you're advanced like auditors, you can also go there. And community marketing working group works similar ways. So it's all about marketing. So if you have an interest in marketing, if you have suggestions about marketing, if you have any support you need for your project for marketing, you can go there and speak to the guys who are leading up some of the marketing effort at Stacks Labs, so they can support the indie devs, the indie creators, etc. So far, so good?
Yes.
An AI BTC working group, as you can probably sort of guess from the name, everything is about the intersection of AI and Bitcoin. So if you have an interest in how you can leverage AI to build out the Bitcoin economy on Stacks, or VS Stacks as a rail, this is the working group for you to join. And if you're interested in the SIP side of things, the network standard, the governance side of things, we are a group of people here every week to talk about how we can make improvements in that area. So everything is about making improvement or making a community space for a specific course. Does that help, Tindley? Tindley?
I think he has a delay here.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And actually, I think there's more work coming up, like how we define what is a working group, and maybe even how to start a working group. I would imagine in the future we could post information about that. Cool.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So,
and also just remind people there's taxis coming up on Thursday.
excited.
So make sure you go and vote. And there's a Luma link to the event you can add to your calendar here too. So it's an
vote for
important.
GP for best community builder.
Yep, vote for DeOrganized Media, vote for GP.
Peace Love Music.
Amazing guys, you guys been killing it this year. You know, really thank you for all the work that you put in.
Yeah, we're just happy to be nominated. To be honest with you, there's lots of projects. I voted for STX Tools. To be honest, I think that's a great project too. But yes, Stacky's voting is live. You guys can go to the Stacks account handle and click on that link right there. Bring you to the block survey. It takes you like 20 seconds at most. So make sure you go vote, support your community. Make sure and just vote whoever you vote for. Go vote. You know, don't sleep on it, because the more engagement we get, the better, and the more feedback and representation as to who people are enjoying, who people are resonating with in the ecosystem is important. So it's impactful to participate in these votes. I think this has been a great call. We are a little bit over, and I want to be respectful of everybody's time. Is there anything else we needed to say? Any last words before we wrap up? Hero, you
Yeah, if I may just give a shout out to the AI BTC working group. They killed it yesterday. They had a really good community calls. They asked people to come in from outside the ecosystem to join this call. So different people came in, and they had a really good chat about AI and BTC. So I really highly recommend, if you're really interested in AI and Bitcoin, like this is the perfect community for you to join. So go join the Discord. They are on Discord. I think there's a link to join somewhere.
Does that say it's going to be on Tuesday? They're normally on.
Yeah, next it's usually Thursday, but I think for December they probably moved it to Tuesday. So it's Tuesday at 12:30 p.m. ET.
All right, I'll have to remember that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome.
I just added my calendar. You can use the link to add to your calendar.
I want to. Hattie dropped a quick question in the private chat.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hattie.
Oh no, I wanted to wrap up two other things. I wanted to ask about the SIP working group, so that it's on, because it was on from last week. So I wanted to just drop that in. We can catch up in the background. And then the other thing I wanted to just update was with the BTC addresses, Larry's SIP proposal. Larry's obviously not around at the moment, so it'll probably be deferred until next year at this stage, so that everyone's aware. So that won't be on the back burner. Stacks Pay obviously is also on the back burner, primarily because Dan and Resh obviously launching. So Boom Wallet is, if those who don't know, we're in the thick of testing at the moment. So the other question I had was, Rena, with regards to getting all the wallets in one place, are they a part of the DeFi working group?
Could you explain more on like wallets in one place? Sorry.
The wallets that support Stacks and SBTC, Are they a part of the DeFi working group?
They joined the technical builder call that Adriano hosts. It's every 2 weeks on Thursday, 8:30 or 9:30 a.m. ET. Adriano from StacksLex hosts a call with every builder engineer, including experts, leather, and such. So let me know if you need to be added there.
It's just so that we can I really need to have a conversation, try and coordinate with them to understand if they want to adopt the SIP, so that we know we can push it through, so that we can use Bitcoin addresses universally across stacks, which will then help us to push ourselves across layer 2s as well, because Bitcoin address will be everywhere.
Totally.
And we could be the first to be universal.
Would you like to use the working group, or do you want me to help you arrange getting experts and leather on the line? That might be faster.
That would be way easier, to be honest.
I think it would be easier just for you to speak with Will and Kyron at leather, and then it would be Jan and Ken for experts. I can open up a thread for you.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And to the SIP working group, by the way, guys, I did work on, just to respond to that, I did actually work a little bit on the docs for proposing that officially last weekend. I haven't gotten it completed, but once I have a draft, I'll share to you, Hattie and Hero, and we'll collab on that further.
Yeah, just to share foundation perspective, I think there's a little bit work in general need to go into define exactly what is the working group before that the SIP working group can become a working group, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's more work in the pipeline on that, so that we're not just doing it for SIP working group, but just in general, what is the process? What does the documentation look like? Where should the documentation live? And how should people be aware of this thing? Yeah, so I just want to make sure you understand that there's a bigger piece to that than just say, hey, let's become a working group. It's not sure yet whether we will fall into the working group category or we are labeled as something else.
Correct. And Claire has a really good thread again on forum about how to do that. So I responded to her. So anybody's interested in creating a working group, Claire's created it on the forum, which links to what Mitchell originally created, so that it's open, again, transparency on how to create a working group.
The only caveat there is that it's a little bit outdated, like 2 years ago. So that's why there's with the recent effort and so many different working group popping up more publicly, I think we just need to update the guidelines, so to speak.
Correct. Hero, is that us, or I think Claire's dealing with that, isn't she?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, that's all, guys. That's all from me.
All right. Awesome. Rena, thank you so much for joining us today. Pleasure having you. You're always welcome. Whatever time works for you, we'll make it work on DeOrganized side. So just
I don't need to be treated special. I'm not special.
No, but we stream all day anyway. Well, all right. I don't want to tell you that I'm not treating you specially, but we kind of do that for everybody.
A side question, Rena. Do you have any AI tools that you wish to learn? Like, I don't know. Is there anything AI?
You have no idea. I need an entire DeOrganized session on fixing Rena with AI and like AIing me. Like, I need the whole works.
Oh,
because I run a group called AI Guild, and we're here to help people with AI toolings. And
well, I hope you're getting ready for a really dumb user, because that will be me.
So we currently teach AI music. That's how we created the endowment jingle. But we can create a song for that. We create content. We create we vibe code too. So these are the 3 key pillars right now. But if there's anything else that you have on your AI wish list, we can probably help you with that if you're ever up for it.
I am totally up for it. We're going to have to do some AI vibe coding over the holidays. That's what I want to do.
We do that. We're starting to do it almost every day.
That was your own mission?
Yeah, it's something that I want to do. I'm trying to vibe code some different dashboards to show liquidity across the ecosystem and things like that. Again, like I really want to be transparent, but I am not a developer, so I'm trying to do my best with API feeds because that's what I'm used to.
Well, we can help you at the Stacks AI Guild if you ever.
I will take you up on it. I will take all the help that I can get. We're not shy about asking for help.
And and just to tell you, I don't know how to code, and I vibe coded together something for the hackathon for Stacks. Like
That's
I
amazing.
really went from zero to a submission to getting somewhat a working product. So it's possible nowadays.
He's also not a music producer, but the background music for the SIP call, which is playing right now, very lowly, and I'll put it up louder in a minute, was also produced by Hero Gamer using AI vibe coding. So there's a lot going on, and we'll definitely the AI Guild can definitely help you. You will be surprised at how capable you can be with just a little bit of guidance for vibe coding.
Love it.
Yeah, I was also sure about AI Guild. I didn't know how to.
Yeah, Tindley is. There's a lot of people. The AI Guild has actually been spreading skills throughout this Stacks ecosystem to a large degree. Amazing stuff. But that'll be a conversation for another time. We can definitely wrap this up. This has been an extremely productive call. Super excited and bullish on Stacks. I think the Stacks endowment and SIP 31 was the right move. And over the next year, we'll actually see more and more of why that is. Thank you guys so much for joining. Rena, Tenderly, GP, Hattie, and Hero. Love you guys. Great episode. Great morning show. We've had a ton of stuff going on today. Thank you all for tuning in. And I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Get out and support your ecosystem. There's a lot still going on today. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
Peace.
That's my name.
Optimize more notes in the doc, pull requests in store. Decentralized future, open core. Some chase fame, we chase function. Every diff, a quiet junction. Autonomy hums, no corruption. Code is the art, coordination, dedication. And the hood, ideas collide. Engage, evolve, we build with pride. From call to code, the chains alive. Sips in session, future in stride.
Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeGrants project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. Let us what is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So so first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement, games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing. Either, more prizes basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right, so on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money. Basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend STX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only make you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay,
so
one
if you
STX
can,
to, or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project. But a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now this is in testnet.
Yeah, right now it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well, so yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor, can you in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, let me get this off of here, get back on the game here, so that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean, it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your
But, yeah,
timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
So far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on, another life as well. The multipliers now are, accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have, like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm going to play. We'll see
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. Right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging everyone to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have 1 life, so you can still cash out even though you hit a
cash out right now. But now,
you can cash out.
Now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only 1 mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can't be multiple mine. They can be 1 mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
Let's
see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on road 3.
So in my 100 to 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right. Let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially
Yeah,
when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me. All right. Hey! Oh my God! I can keep going.
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
Wow.
going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going. How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go it's row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
True.
experience
So
we've had with games so far.
yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure people, content creators like Tindley could actually have a go as well.
Well, we should definitely have
spend some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girl some stuff about crypto. But but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do. And you could actually you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some does and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a dApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bet and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just the proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys, by the way. He was not
so unscheduled, yeah.
But he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers. Guys, if you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. It's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper super_STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on Stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. You know, I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later. And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper_STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen. My homies. GP, what's up, man?
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good?
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face; is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes.
Let's go. Nice. We got Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hotter today?
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I actually have purple. Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's son's had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear,
good. Sounded good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. Sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, so if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project.
But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon, one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. It's I think they have a X handle. I haven't even. Man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and meetings and spaces and calls. Lots of stuff with D grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have. I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Here he's back. Let's see if we got him. What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa. There we go. I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Stacks Tribe. And they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in a space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and
again?
Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And that, honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I would say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today, and I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stacks Tribe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. So we have 4 founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually 4 that's actually handling that project. And if you look at, yeah, exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the 4 founders. You will see the handle of the 4 founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stacks Tribe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing, you understand? So our space is quite simple. This is a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask question the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space on the speaker role, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking, is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language. And we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo here with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, so okay, we'll allow the person to actually onboard you into stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous, yeah, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space, where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
yeah,
the
no,
point,
listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially. But even then, there's like that we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, and really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. So I think you guys are onto something. It's a definitely a noble cause for sure.
yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to like let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that person is comfortable with. Yeah, then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stacks Tribe.
I like it, man. I like it. You're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP.
I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Doing great,
Jim,
doing
no,
guys. Jam Fiona, Jam GP, and Jam Peace, Jam everyone. Like, thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting. Like in Europe, they changed already like the time zone, so like all the meetings are switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, it's like it's always a tricky part. Like in the
It's
US,
a nightmare for 2 weeks.
yeah.
I know, because we're partners with Bitcoin Live, and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit, like we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
Yeah.
So,
I don't understand why we don't align it. Like, why it must be like we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, like in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Lost weight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, I mean, it's just more this thing. Like we trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate a freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is. It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, egos is the problem, probably. So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address it?
White Crypto. Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go. Oh, let's go, bro. Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram? Or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, I actually we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale. And we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now. But since we are actually going full-time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users.
Wow, that's aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream. Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff. And I really appreciate, that helps us tremendously. So, whatever we can do to return the favor, do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. You know, if you need us to shout out, you have space going on, and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to. Or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime. Always welcome. You know, really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, you know, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And you know, I love seeing people move forward and grow. You know, you're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You know, you're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, you're teaching people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto. You know, and so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know. But if you just, my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it, push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean?
Speaking
So,
from experience.
speaking from
Thank
right
you very
now.
much. Thank you very much for that. You know, it's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because yeah, some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. Yeah, we've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that
No,
coming from Freddie?
no, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our this schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your projects short. If this is important work you're doing, you know, keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because yeah, now we have Let Africa Build solidly behind our backs. Yeah, once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. Yeah, I have Sam to actually reach out to, because I believe he's one of my mentor. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So yeah, I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. You know, I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit, just helping. You know, just helping because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. You know, back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, I mean, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm really I'm proud of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try it. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge here.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular find to earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now.
Crazy.
44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're gonna fill in find to earn with today. I wanted to do cook to earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make a what do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger? I don't know. I mean, I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual stacking song.
Dual
Stacks Tribe song. I would so much love that. Oh my
God. Let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah. So let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it, okay? We'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick, the three of us will pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song, right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it, and then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the find to earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
Just the X account. We don't have. You know how much it takes to actually own a website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. All you can do it.
I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking Out Discord. So, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a gamer today? Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GP. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime.
Can you guys
have
see
you guys
my-
seen, did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and
You are
show that
you are
off.
now
I've been using Google AI
watching-
Studio, like just doing some storyboarding and then running it through a Google AI Studio, and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp, and seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Oh
Maybe
yeah, that is
episode
true.
showing off that too.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now
Oh,
watching a
keyboard.
master.
Keyboard, come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suno.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline piece?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You say what?
Why don't we, how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually, let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with ground evaluation bot that Blockface is doing, and it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So.
Oh, is it?
It's not this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information, though. DeOrganized Cohort 2 it was.
Yeah, it should be public, really, like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there, the one I have access to. So I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
Stacks Tribe. Ooh, I found it.
Here it is. All right.
A community that onboard new user using basics. Stop.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want?
That's when everything happens.
Oh, they even give me they want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
So what did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account hand link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the D grants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With the where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook. You know, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And in styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
But you can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. It was saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That combo is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers wanna hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe Trihona is actually right with the Afro pop because right now in Africa it's more like the Amapiano.
Afro pop.
Yeah.
The now the biggest genre
Taylor Swift of Africa.
Sorry.
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa.
It's more like the house like who's the guy who was doing house the one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
you know the vibe? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we just that scrap, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. TikTok block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be gone, yeah. We move with purpose, code in our soul. Stacking dreams to the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stats sky high. This Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We the stacks, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard,
It
global
produces
drum.
really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
Rhythm, innovate, confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Oh.
Fire.
Too easy. It's too easy. Wow. We don't need music producers anymore.
We the stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin? I know. I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin. It's fire, dude. This is good.
Nice, man.
That's crazy. This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, it doesn't cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
when you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
Maybe like a remix edit.
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Omo. You
What
want
I
me
meant is like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
do you have a? Did you use the Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah, so what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go G minor, G sharp minor. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
This the job we
ride. It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest genre in Africa right now.
This the job we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We the stacks scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block and I need it down. Knowledge for the people, the future be done. We the stacks scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block and I need it down. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate.
This one.
Africa
I'll
rising,
tell you
it's our time.
what
We
you
just
did.
subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin
It's
power, remember the names
suno.com,
that's
Theodore.
right.
Well, Hunter, did you drop that in the comments of the live stream?
I drop it in the chat. Let me check it on the
I'll do it.
now.
I'll do it.
Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Guys, there's a Zero Authority bounty right now. Zero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on Zero Authority. There's a new bounty on Zero Authority. Zero's
what?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not visible on the front.
Oh, that's,
I sent it in the chat.
I'll do it. I'll bring it up in a
Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block in a native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just subscribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in a native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence, boom, from every line. Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village.
Maybe we can do a for Dogecoin. What do you think?
I think
that's a good way.
So we can do it. I think doing it for Skull Coin makes a lot of sense. Make a song
sir.
for Skull Coin.
No, Dogecoin. The one
Oh,
that
Jamie's Dog Coin?
Yeah. I don't know if he has
No.
one yet.
Can I get a
have
copy,
not
please?
made one yet.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, you know, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah,
or...
man, I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music, all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen. Hero, maybe you want to screen share and show us how to do it based on what we showed you.
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular image.
I understand the complexity there. Let me. I love this song. It actually, I could let it play all day, but it's honestly, guys, it's like I made one for BoostX the other day that was just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. It's fire. Like you can really do some amazing stuff. But Hero,
Yes.
I want you to take that link, get your free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're going to
Okay.
share your screen. You're going to create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacks AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching. We are turning a a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's
I'm
go.
definitely not very like music, like not a master music. I just listen.
You know what
That's
you're doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
Yes.
no excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
so I need to feed some information in about Stacks AI Guild, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to
Oh, yeah.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. Let me share. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Clan Bounty Hub. 90,000 PEGI up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use Xverse wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or FactFun and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap, tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard Stacks. 3 winners, 30K PEGI each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
The legend live. You are now watching a master at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface used something called Framer to create, and it has like a portfolios, which is pretty nice looking on. But it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just gonna go to. Oh, here's a team of Stacks AI Guild. Looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh, really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think
be
it's
Zero Authority right now.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, so I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got the team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website. So I'm just gonna go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
It's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like Stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about Stacks on Twitter Spaces. It's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content. But this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about Stacks on Spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned Stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day, which is kind of enough. And you like I tag Stack Town Hall, so it listens to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did I come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So actually has an AI guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just gonna go to my DM and fetch that because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about lurking.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for
Big
free.
shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh
on
yeah.
this one.
It's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now, but even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Sudo prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You could actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
you don't
you
have
copy the you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
I remove the title. You
Let's
start from the
start
verse.
from verse 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want
When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing no.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin. I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3. That's okay. And crypto.
There you go. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. Where's one? Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. Okay.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options, whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to
McDonald's. Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. First, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
Well, high quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but so the 2 on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you
I
can
think like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know. Okay. I don't know why it would. You know,
It'll be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top 2s, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top 2s, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that finished.
You can play, I can play already?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very poppy. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
Can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your screen or the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I share the music then?
When you share,
when you click the share button,
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button, you should have an option.
Audio output.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
It's like a little ticker in the bottom right corner.
No, yeah, when you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of
also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No, because you're not sharing the tab, you're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. Well?
Still nothing.
I think you can share the links.
There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it.
A very like in the cinema, like a TikTok cinema kind of thing.
a volume. Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Way
here.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah,
Okay,
bring
let
it
me
down.
try
Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers, chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you had asked earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like, you know, what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on
Okay,
board
let's
with
try the
this?
next one.
Congratulations, Hero. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow. How about this one? I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Yeah. AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
yeah,
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one's good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals
together.
This one is a wave.
Of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you can.
Oh,
like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song unless you're
That's
paying.
okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so I think I'm actually pretty in my previous jobs. I know about all this kind of rights and stuff, so I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean,
Really, you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits, and I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacks Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And wait, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community what we have actually accomplished and what we have next for them. So thank you
Right
guys.
on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. And looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Strax Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today. And speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beansy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use STX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know it's the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of behind there. Thought it looked cool. But it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fund ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI. So we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonero. You'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to sports fund. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour. 1 day, so the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is obviously if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually rename, say, for example, I wanted to track Peace Love Music's wallet, maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are, but I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's, but if I then see that wallet move, it would show as how it would say a .btc name, it would actually just say Whale 1, so you can kind of start to track things that you think
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you're not going to remember the whole SP, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing. This is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just 1 day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like, and this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume, and this is all customizable again for the user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
You have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, that wouldn't see, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, this was more crypto based fantasy football. First days I was like, let me try it out, and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah, but I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in January or February. So right early in the year, I invested in a pre-seed round as well. So I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this, and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. You come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. people know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality. And this definitely seems like a well done project now. And, one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark and or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
That's right. That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day. And then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's...
I got the vote for it. And I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds 100%. Like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that that are in test net or not even quite at test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. So when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true. And that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people like the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously, 300. A obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, you know, that content side out and the kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1. Like,
yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon. Except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, you know, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, you know, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, you know, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is, you know, they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, you know, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. Yeah. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, you know, BTC-Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. Like, you know, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, you know, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. You know, the difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of, you know, a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as well, you know, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And you know, we have a legal standard in the U.S. that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of posted.
I think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, you know, it's your choice to, you know, have privacy in the evening. It doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. You know, that doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think Stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You know, you can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to the whole, broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying, we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. You know, it's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, you know, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching Fast Blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened, and that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, you know, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always. But yeah, I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. You know, obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and you know,
That was
obviously
so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on, I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show, I think. It wasn't live, I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5-6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. And, you know, now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw,
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, from I think it was last Friday morning last week, I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." Like, I would not have seen that. You know, if it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. It was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, yeah, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. You know, lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us, and we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now. You know, we're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know, people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way. It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from BitFlow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show, and appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from BitFlow. And with that, we'll bring on the homies. I think GP's running a little late. He was having some technical issues. We got Hunter in the house. How you doing today, brother?
GM, bro. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. Yeah. Everything is fresh this side. I'm just in the space, and something happened to Gwin. It got drained. So, hey, it's just crazy.
What happened?
Gwin got drained. His wallet got drained, so he doesn't know what happened.
In the
so
space?
right now they're talking about it. They're talking about it, Gwin. So he doesn't know if he interacted with a token or connected a wallet on a website that he doesn't know about. So he just showed that his token got transferred to another wallet.
Guys, that's why you got to always be careful. Always look before you leap, and if you're interacting with something new, it might be a wise decision to use a separate wallet, a test wallet, until you know what you're dealing with. We'll talk more about that after. I want to bring on Guy from VoltFi. Really excited to talk to you today, man. How are you today, Guy?
Oh, I'm better now. Thank you so much for having me here. Amazing time,
I'm really excited. I know you're. I think we talked. I don't remember which. A couple of different spaces. Maybe the BitFlow space, or maybe one of the DGrant spaces, or.
Yeah, I believe we first met at the Bitcoin Beach event in Vegas this year.
Oh, probably. I was definitely there.
Yeah.
I was all over the place that day.
And from then on, just like bumping into each other's spaces and out there, But amazing. Thank you so much for having me here, to talk about what we're doing, about the space, exciting times.
So the project is VoltFi.
Yeah.
And why don't you tell us a little bit about what is VoltFi? Tell us what VoltFi is.
Yeah, VoltFi is a startup building Bitcoin derivatives on chain. We explore the space that's more advanced on the DeFi side, that's brand new to Bitcoin. It's still a very small niche, but if you compare to TradFi, it's a huge space. It's a huge possibility. Today, the derivative side on Bitcoin, it's less than 5% of the total market cap. But if you go to TradFi, it's multiples of the total market cap. So the possibilities are endless.
Derivatives are usually way more than the actual market cap of whatever you're deriving from.
Yeah.
So yes.
But those tools are very complicated. So we at VoltFi are taking a different approach. We are creating a gamified approach to options trading, following our roadmap, which we start at a very simple one-side liquidity pool structure, and then we move towards our end goal, which is to become a deribit on stacks. We began building around 10 months ago, but we just pivoted to stacks. We spent 9 months on Arch Network, but we recently were very fortunate to get a SIP 10 grant, and we were able to bring our community, our product, our ideas to stacks.
Nice.
So
So
we're
you
just
guys,
at a
you guys qualified for one of the interim grants?
yeah, the larger grants.
Nice. Very
Yeah.
nice.
So we're at that critical stage that next week we open our alpha testnet to selected users. The week after we do our beta testnet to more users, and then we aim towards mainnet sometime soon down the line. You know,
So
pretty exciting.
alpha testnet starts this coming week. First
This
week of
coming
November?
week, yes.
Wow, very interesting. And that's for so right now there's no actionable testnet yet. It starts next week. Alpha test is usually just making sure that you get all the bugs and everything out. And then beta test is a little bit more like user feedback and that kind of thing to make sure that it's the right product for the consumer.
Yeah, we launched an earlier testnet on Arch Network last May. We're able to have 4,900 wallets connected, and we had 77,000 trades on the product. It was an earlier version of what we have right now. It was Rust based. So the first step on the Stacks milestone was to change our coding to Clarity and improve the solution on a lot of feedback that we had gotten in the past. So we're very confident with our alpha. It's not a very, it's an early alpha, but we believe it's advanced, and we're gonna be able to go from alpha to beta really fast. And let's see how the community will see and use. I gotta say that we're amazed by how welcome we've been to the Stacks ecosystem, out of this world. We know people all over the place. We talk to everyone anytime, but the Stacks people, just unbelievable. From early users to more advanced developers to the people doing business development, marketing. Wow, it's unbelievable. And I feel that we're very lucky because this is such an awesome time for Stacks. So many things happening in 2025, and we believe that Stacks for DeFi, it's the right thing for in the right time. You get the speed, you get the low fees, you have the SBTC cap that's been raised, so you have all this new capital that will come to Stacks, and we aim towards building this advanced product, but in a simpler way. But the key advantage of what we're doing is that it's very scalable. So we can start with very early users, and in a very short period of time, by iterating on feedback and talking to people, we can reach institutional people. So this is
absolutely. And I do think that Stacks is definitely a great place for Bitcoin-centric DeFi, for sure. So real quick, a lot of our audience, this is a little bit, derivatives is a little bit over their heads. So can you give us a simple explanation of what a derivative is?
Yes.
In this sense.
A derivative is a financial product that its price derives from a main asset. So a Bitcoin derivative, it's an asset class that its changing price will be directly correlated to the changing price of Bitcoin. But why did we go towards the derivative side? First, because my co-founder and I have a financial background in this kind of products. My co-founder lives in San Francisco. He worked for AWS Database, Commvault. He's a full deck developer and also has a quant certification. So we feel that we're really prepared to create these more sophisticated products. But we're doing it in an easier way. What we're doing right now on testnet, we call it Satoshi options, because we start with a gamified price range play. You're gonna be able to. Let me give you some of the steps that you do once you go to access our product. You go to votefi.xyz. You're gonna open the app. You're gonna get your Xverse, then down the line your Ledger wallet and connect it. You're gonna see the Bitcoin price. You're gonna see daily expiration. So you're gonna bet on a Bitcoin price range that expires tomorrow. And users, by betting on this,
they're all just 24-hour expiry contracts.
Yes.
So you're making it's an option bet on just a short-term time frame.
Yes. But the key point here, that's our differential, you don't need to understand option Greeks. You don't need to understand volatility. We're doing it all under the hood. So the pricing of this Bitcoin price range prediction, let's call it a prediction, it's determined by all this complicated math under the hood. So you don't need to understand that. So the closer you get to the expiration, the more expensive you pay, because there's a higher chance of you getting it right. So that's a benefit for early bettors, because they enter the pool very early with a lower price. So this is the approach. At the end of the day, on settlement, you divide the price range. That's the first step. Second step, we emulate options. So if you, even though you don't get the price range right, but you got the direction right, you still profit from it. So we're finding ways, and in time, we're gonna keep adding new ideas and new products that will direct these early users towards a full deck of options if they want to. So down the line, it's gonna be very easy for them to go through this education to better understand. Because what I also like about the Stacks user is that I feel it's a more advanced user on Bitcoin, because they've gotten their Xverse wallet or Ledger wallet. They've bought assets. They sent it to Stacks. They hold Stacks. They hold SBTC. So they know more than the average mainnet user looking for airdrops and just opportunities to short-term.
No, you're absolutely right. It's a more educated user base on Stacks as far as how some of this stuff works. Not everybody, right? But there is more. It's more prevalent that people understand these concepts a little bit better. So are all of the derivatives options? They're all just 24 hours, or is there also going to be like, I think it's going to go up this week and I can predict a range this week, or that kind of thing?
Peace, love. We started with a 7-day.
Okay.
And then after feedback, now on Stacks, we're launching a 24-hour. Our goal down the line is for users also to create their time bet and their pool, and write their options. But at this early testnet, we got to do something simpler to test the math, to test the code, to get the users comfortable with that.
Sure.
But what we love about what we're doing is that there are so many possibilities. Let me give you another aspect. We start with SBTC daily options. We want to go to Stacks daily options, and then we want to get what the Bitflow team is doing with the dog community. And imagine doing dog daily option predictions. You know, the community of runes on Stacks is growing, so it's endless. But okay, we gotta focus on a simple solution to a big problem. Why are we doing volatility? and derivatives, because to everyone in the past several months we've spoken to, the holders, they say, listen, volatility is a problem. Oh, I'm afraid of it. But volatility, it comes up every single time. But volatility for professional traders is not a problem. It's a
No,
solution.
you're right. You need volatility if you're trading. Traders hate when it's sideways. That's the worst.
right.
You can't make any money if it's not going up and down.
So it's important for the VoteFi team, once we open the testnet, for people to give us feedback. Go to our Discord, go to votefi.xyz and sign up with your email to be one of the first in our whitelist for beta beta testnet.
I just signed up with my email actually at the start of the show. I don't know if you caught that. So if people are looking for the DeOrganized email, you can actually go back and watch this, and then you can get into my emails. I may answer you. I'm kind of friendly sometimes if I'm not too busy, but I'm signed up. So onto the creation piece, which I know is down the line. Yeah. I'm assuming that if I'm creating these options, I have to hold the underlying. So if I hold some SBTC, I can go create an option market with a time frame and price range of my choosing, essentially.
Yes, to move towards that stage, we move from a single side pool liquidity to a two-sided, because right now users are creating the price pool and they share that price pool. For us to allow users to write their options, we gotta have a buyer and a seller.
Right.
And for that, the people that sell the option, they gotta give the collateral in full, so you don't wake up tomorrow, Bitcoin price is 25% up in a single day, you know?
Right.
Because the buyer, they want to profit the whole price appreciation of the asset. It's not like you get liquidated. No, if you get liquidated, the other part loses the upside. So we're doing it in a way that you give extra collateral so everyone is safe. But why do you put your extra collateral? Because you are also profiting if the direction of your bet moves in the direction that you desire.
So if I just from the early onset, I come in, I think Bitcoin's going to go up today. I buy a position, I take a position in that contract. I'm right on the direction and I'm right on the price range that it ends in. And it's an expiry price range, right? Like whatever the contract expires at is how it works.
It is an expiry. There is a time range tomorrow, for instance, 4 p.m. Eastern time. So at 4 p.m. Eastern time, the price it's closed. If it hits your range, you and your fellow position holders will share the pool. And then we also have like an insurance product and a direction product that you pay a couple cents and you also profit if you don't get it right. But that's the first iteration. We want to get people's feedback. We want to show them that it's a product that it's live. We want to keep building on top of it. There are so many things to do, but we got to start with the first steps to bring these early users and also the advanced users to see the direction that we aim. We started many months back not with the options idea. We started with a tradable Bitcoin volatility token, similar to a VIX. VIX is a tool on TradFi that prices the risk of the market. So if you go to CNBC, you see constantly on the screen the VIX price, because if the markets are shaky and the volatility is high, the VIX is higher. And people actually trade this VIX as an ETF. So we created that, but that was a bit advanced for that time. And we have that product ready for down the line. because that's a great solution for people who issue stable coins, who give their coins as warranty to diminish the risk of liquidation. But that's it's a different solution down the line, you know. We gotta
Right.
focus on the initial launch here.
No, and it's a big undertaking what you guys are working on. So definitely, I think the model seems to be in the right direction. I keep screwing up my screen.
It is a big undertaking. You don't see many people out there on the Bitcoin space focusing on this specific area of DeFi. But we believe 2, 3, 5 years from now, as it happens on traditional markets, you need this kind of tools. If you go to the BlackRock ETF, which is a brand new product, it's less than 2 years old, they just launched their option last December. So the ETF Bitcoin options was born 10 months ago.
Right.
So we're at that early stage.
Well, we need these kind of things in the marketplace to, like, I know we want volatility when we're trading, but these type of markets will actually help ward off too much volatility. It'll make things less volatile to some degree as people engage in derivatives trading. It helps balance the market out a little bit.
I agree. And also, if we see the historical volatility of the asset Bitcoin, it keeps going down on the historical average. And that's going to continue to go down. But if you have tools that, even though it's smaller than it was 10 years ago, you still can profit from this energy. Because what's volatility? Volatility is the speed by which the asset price changes, basically. So if it changes really fast, volatility spikes. If it changes really slow, even though it can go up 300%, but slowly, you don't see that spike.
Right.
And the spike causes fear. And the spike, with the right tools, help you profit and generate yield on your holdings.
Right. Well, and so, like, one of the adoption things that's happening in the marketplace right now is the treasury companies that are starting to hold Bitcoin on their treasury as a treasury asset. The danger there is the price volatility, because if the price goes too far down, they could be forced to sell, and then it just exacerbates the up and down mechanism. Where if you have a little bit less volatility, or the volatility numbers are lower, it makes everything a lot more safe for the market. You have less volatility breeds less volatility, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to some degree.
The lower the volatility, the calmer everyone is, you know?
Right. And honestly, if you're holding Bitcoin, you should feel pretty good about it, no matter where you got it right now, in my opinion. But welcome, GP. How you doing today, man?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. Hope everybody's having a high frequency start to their day. Yeah, man, I'm blessed. I'm here at the battle station.
GP was with us at Bitcoin Beach as well. GP, I don't know if you remember meeting the VoltFi guys there.
Yep.
I do remember chatting with them a little bit there, and then seeing them in the spaces. What do you think about this? Really interesting platform here with their. So let me see if I can explain it well to him. It's a Bitcoin derivatives market platform. Early stage, it's going to be daily markets, and you're betting on the price of Bitcoin either going up or down, and you're betting on the price range. And if you get both right, you get a bigger share of the rewards. If you get the direction correct, but the price range wrong, you still actually get a little bit of a payout. And then if you're wrong, and you lose your premium that you paid for the option. Is that about right?
Wow, you're hired. Unbelievable.
I'm available.
Better than my explanation.
No, I wouldn't have been able to do
That's
that
great.
without you already explaining it to me, though. That's
Yeah.
that is actually my magic. My magic skill is being able to condense something down into like a sentence or two.
If you also look at a perp DEX, which is also derives the price, but you're betting on a continuous price up and down of Bitcoin, you surf with a deck, a perps. But with the option side of what we're building, you only risk your premium. You know what you're gonna lose. So if you have a good tool and you have a good strategy, you know what you put and you know what you get back. So if you price your risk right, I'm not saying next week on our early alpha, but once we begin to add more to it, you know what you put, you calculate your risk, you understand the market, you get cost benefit analysis of that, and then you actually can make money on top of that, generating yield to your position. That's on the single sided liquidity. Down the line, once we have two sides, more ideas can come from the users because you bring people that like to play each side of the market, and it's a dynamic environment, so everyone benefits from it. We have another a little bit down the line. We have an option that you choose the expiration on the single-sided, but that's something that we're still cooking. It's like hidden in our treasury chest. Next time we'll talk about it.
Sick, dude. You give people more ways to speculate, the better. I think that it's going to be a lot of fun to play with VoltFi, and yeah, I'm excited. The more ways to speculate, the better. And we need derivatives. Derivatives are interesting, and it's something that we don't have right now. So yes, let's build the change and see some. You've got unique different traders that you're kind of targeting with derivs. So I think it's smart, and I can't wait to see where VoltFi goes.
Yeah, and what Stack's doing with SBTC, it's so amazing. And I talk to people from the outside of Stacks on Bitcoin. Let's not even mention the people from other blockchains. Listen, it's happening right now, like yesterday and today, and you can get yield on your SBTC, and you can also use your SBTC on the ecosystem while you earn on top of that, and that's amazing.
Yeah, man, it really is. I think you're onto something. It's complex to build a platform like this. It's not like super easy. So, there's work involved here, and it takes some time. But I'm excited. I definitely plan on playing around with it. I love poking around on testnet too, so please do include me. Even if it's only like I spend an hour playing around on it, I'll definitely play around on it and give you some feedback. But this is something that's needed in Bitcoin in general. I love that you're building it on Stacks, because I do think Stacks is very much the transitioning into, at least for the short term roadmap, the Bitcoin DeFi center. Stacks has a growing and robust DeFi ecosystem with SBTC. We just launched dual stacking yesterday, so now I'm earning, if I'm participating in STX stacking and I have a little bit of BTC on there and SBTC, it's just Bitcoin on Stacks, I'm earning 5 or 6% on my Bitcoin, and then I can still use that Bitcoin in other DeFi, like on VoltFi, and keep earning my yield, which is beautiful. Like, it really is a next level development. And so having these kind of tools like what you're building with VoltFi only magnifies the value of putting your Bitcoin on Stacks and what you can do with it.
That's right.
I dig it. I want to shout out in the comments, Hero Gamer. What's up, brother? Good to hear from you. And Eric from X Inc. Eric has been working very hard. He has a really cool X Inc. is his a merchandise project tied to Stacks, and it's he's been sending. He's GP and I have been waiting for a merch. He sent it like a couple weeks ago, and somehow it got hung up. You got yours? I didn't get mine yet. He just confirmed with me this morning that mine's coming today.
Let's go, dude. Eric, big shout out to Eric from Exing. Bless, bro. Bless. I can't wait to do a video and unbox this because it's such a beautiful box. It comes in this here, I'd do a little sneak peek here. Like, look at this awesome, like, sick branding behind it.
Ooh, super.
Packaged,
Nice.
high quality, and I cannot wait to do a video, an unboxing video for this and check it out. So he said that he sent one of his first prototypes and as well as his newest model. So I'm gonna check them both out. And I'm a hoodie guy, so he's speaking my language right now. Thank you, Eric.
I wish I was wearing a hoodie right now. I've got a little bit of a sinus infection going on. I am so like down to take a nap this afternoon if I can. I'm tired, but and I wish I had like an X-Ink hoodie to wrap myself in. I'll have to just use one of my old Hanes for today. But Monday morning, you should see me rocking my X-Ink hoodie. Me and GP might be twinning on Monday.
Let's go.
Oh, come on, guys. What about me, though?
We're gonna go see Vinta, man. Vinta has the hookup over on the continent.
Mm-hmm.
Guy, I think you're also. You're in Buenos Aires?
Oh, I'm in Brazil, southern Brazil.
Brazil.
Yeah.
Are you? Did we talk? Maybe I'm thinking about somebody else. Did we talk about? Are you going to be in Dev Connect?
There's a chance.
Well, if you're there, we have to meet up because I will be down there representing Stacks, and I'm going to be. It's like a 17-hour travel day for me. I'm a little north of New York, so I'm going to need someone to tell me what. You're not from local. Somebody I was talking to was local down there. I'm going to need somebody to show me around. But I look forward to if you're going to be there. I'll be glad to hook up with you there. And I think what you're building is really great stuff, man. Guys, if you aren't following, it's at VoltFi Labs. It's right up here on the screen over there. And then it's voltfi.xyz is the website, right? voltfi.xyz. And if you're fast and act quickly and you go over to the website, you put in your email address, you might get to be put on the alpha, or if you don't get the alpha, maybe the beta test net, poke around and play around with it, learn how to do it before it's real money. And that's actually always a good advantage because then you can, you know what you're doing, you get an opportunity to play around. Will you guys have some kind of a, this is just thinking off the top of my head. It might make sense to have a learning demo to make it less. Once you guys go to mainnet, obviously in testnet you don't need to worry about that. Once you go to mainnet, it might be good to have a demo where people can learn in a low risk environment.
But that's a great idea. Thanks for the idea. It makes sense, and we're gonna add that to it. Yeah. Thanks so much.
So what is the they're not I can't execute the options, right? Like it's not like a traditional option where
no you can't.
I wouldn't have the capital to do it anyway, but it's it. So it's like it's a derivative, but you can only ride it to the expiration no matter what.
Yes.
Once I buy it, can I trade it before the expiry?
Not right now.
Not yet.
Yeah, no, that's gonna take some time. We also have an iteration that we're gonna do that you can control the expiration like an American call, which you can exercise before the expiration, but the platform and the user base needs to be a little bit more advanced. And we gotta be already on mainnet so we can add to these tools. But that's the idea down the line.
Right, and you want to be able to introduce these things because even though Stacks has a savvy user base, right? You're still kind of, a lot of people, this is going to be still somewhat new concept to them. So making it easy, simple, they don't have to think too much about it. They know what they're getting into. They know what they're risking. That's actually a super low risk way to get people into derivatives.
And listen, what I love about the ecosystem and what we're building is that if I was doing this for a friend down the street that does not understand anything, it would be much harder. But people on Stacks, they know so much just by having like $1 in your wallet on Stacks. It shows that you're an advanced person because you love the curiosity of it. You like to learn because it's not easy. The people that were onboarded into Stacks, they're different, you know. They want more. They're open to learning.
Right.
And that helps us and helps other products and other projects to also create that because
they're a little bit braver for trying something that they're not sure. So they're intelligent, they're savvy, they're Bitcoin native. There's definitely a lot of degen, like they'll try something and they're not super worried about maybe losing a little bit here and there. So they're adventurous too. You know, we're an adventurous crew. But I'm psyched. I've heard a lot of people saying that they're excited about this coming. So I know that there's more. It's not just me. You know, we're excited to see this launch. AlphaNet launches next week, guys. You can go to voltfi.xyz and put your email address in, which I did mine publicly live, so you guys can get my email address. And then you definitely need to be following VoltFi Labs. And I'm sorry, Guy, what is your X handle?
it's GZANI. It's right beside my name here. Guy Zanirato at GZANI.
All right. So I'm just going to show you up here if you don't mind. You got your Pizza Ninja. Nothing wrong with that. So guys, follow Guy. It's GZANI. At VoltFi Labs is the project, voltfi.xyz. And Guy's a big brain, okay? Just saying. Guy has a lot of intelligence going on up in that in his head there. So don't sleep on the project. Guy, we got about 4 minutes left in the segment, and I don't know if you're familiar with the general format of the show. At about 9:30, Zenitron from Skullcoin comes on, and we play Find2Earn game rounds, where it's really fun. We have a bunch of people come in. They love playing. We have a bunch of regulars. It's like a treasure hunt game. We're sponsored by a bunch of the meme coins on Stacks, and we give away a little bit of the meme coin to the winner for each round. It's super fun. You are absolutely welcome and encouraged to hang out and play with us. However, I appreciate your time, and I don't want to make you feel obligated to stay around and play. Would love to have you hang out. I know Zenny would love it if you did, but if you're not available, that's totally cool. Do you guys have any other questions for Guy?
Yeah, I wanna be able to test too. Where is the best place to go and get in touch with you to get whitelisted for testing? Do you have a testing group for this?
We're gonna open the testing group next week. Just shoot me a DM, and we're gonna hook you guys up.
Let's go. It's
Awesome.
fun.
So if you want you gotta talk to GP. He's in with Guy.
Yeah.
Listen, everyone is welcome. You know, the first few days we got on board just a few, a small number. It's a smaller number of people, but we're gonna open big really soon, and we love the feedback. Your guys' questions and concerns and ideas help us build something cool. You know,
when you put us on the test net, is it okay if we play around with it live and show people?
Oh, 120%.
All right. We love doing that, actually. We've done that quite a few times. we actually find it to be really great content when we find bugs and break stuff. People like that too.
And then the next day, you guys are gonna be able to see if you got it right or wrong. You know.
That's right. And then we have
You make money.
follow-up content the next day. It's perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we will definitely play around with that. Hero Gamer wants me to remind you, or wants to remind me to mention that we actually do have a small test group. It's a DM group on Stacks. If you want, I can add you to it.
Yes, I'd love that.
You know, sometimes if we're all kind of like doing our own thing, so sometimes people are more responsive than others, but it can't hurt to be in that group when you're building something, especially. And it's a lot of developers in there too, so you get some decent high-level feedback when people are available. So I'll add you there. We'll add them. Hero, if you're available right now, add them. It's Gzani, Gzani, at Gzani on X. And if Hero doesn't get around to it, I'll get you in there before the end of the day.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much. Love to contribute.
Awesome. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I do got to play a quick word from our sponsors before we transition to Find2Earn. Feel free to hang out. You're welcome to hang out. But again, if you need to drop off, awesome. Great.
I'm here.
Awesome. All right. We'll be back, guys. We will be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. Stay tuned. And remember, first rule of Find2Earn, you got to share out the live stream. Share out the live stream. All right. We have another guest coming in. A good friend of the show, a good friend of mine. One of the first people I ever actually interviewed on a live podcast, actually, along with our good friend, the Legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch. We have Rafiko, the man, coming on to talk to us about several things, because the guy doesn't stop building. It's incredible, actually. So we're really excited to have him here. And without further ado, and GP might be joining us too. I'm not sure if he's available yet, so I don't see him on his camera. But GP, if you're listening, drop in. We got Rafa coming on. And here he is. What is up, my brother? How are you today?
Hey, everyone.
Looking fresh in that hoodie, my man.
I am.
I should have thought to put on my, I only have the t-shirt version. It's a little too cold out these days to go just t-shirt only, but I do love mine. I love the color scheme on that.
Thank you. It's there's a lot going on nowadays. I see the stacks, what's it called, like the capital markets, and you guys are also inviting lots of people. It's an exciting time to be around in the Bitcoin and stacks ecosystem.
Right? Yeah, there's so much going on. It's impossible to cover it all, man. Like really, it really and truly. What's up, GP?
What's up, Rafa? How we doing? Happy Wednesday, brother.
Hey, happy Wednesday to you, GP. I saw you at a sort of art/NFT conference.
Yeah, dude.
It was really cool. Like I have lots of sort of colors and pictures and screens and people playing video games, and
It was insane. It was insane. It was at Beeple Studios put it on something for Charleston Art Night, and celebrated artists from the Low Country here in the East US. So it was really, really cool, man. Getting to be invited and RSVPing to it, and tons to look at, man. Tons to look. A lot of fun.
How are you guys surviving through all this non-stop shows and live with people and so much information flow coming your way?
The skin of my teeth.
Yeah, it's about this. Yeah, about the same. You know, it's cool. It's awesome, right? And I think between the two of us, and I don't want to just say the two of us, because there's a bunch of people that are cranking on the team and pulling their weight and making this go. But I can't say anyone's putting in as much work as GP or myself. In anything that I've seen, to be honest, we are hustling. You know, it takes a lot to make this go.
Yep.
And that's why we can get past our warts, actually, because we work so hard. You know, because we do have some warts to get past, like everybody else.
What's this?
Wart. A wart is like a blemish. It's we do. We put a lot of work in it, and I wouldn't, if to be honest, it's a lot. It is a lot. But you know what though, man? It's rewarding in a number of ways. You know, if you look at who we talked to today, right? We had Adam Bitcoin joined us, who's an interesting character for sure. Number one, I get to talk to GP and Hunter every day, right? That's awesome, just in and of itself. We had the Truth Chain guys on, and what Kenny's building, and that whole crew, and we were able to give them a spotlight. And then we had we covered the capital markets space, so we got that a little bit broader exposure, which they didn't need our help, but it doesn't hurt getting a few more eyeballs. And then we had Mark on, and what Mark's building is really awesome and interesting, and that needs to get more spotlight. And we got to hang out and chat with Mark for a little while. And then we had Jeff on to talk about Base Dollar. And that's an awesome project. And we got to learn more about what he's building. And we got to know him. He's a new person. Neither one of us really knows him, but he's been in the ecosystem for a long time. And now we're hanging out with Rafa, the man. So, I mean, it's a lot, but there's a lot of value in it, doing it, you know. So, but thank you for bringing, you know, for kind of, it makes it easier to deal with how much effort it is when it's recognized effort.
Yep. You guys are good. Like, you're showcasing so many projects, very talented people across the board, and it almost feels like a lot of things are converging now. And yeah, Stacks is maturing as well. The entire Bitcoin, Bitcoin allocators, like different types, like retail, more institutional investors are now also looking at making the Bitcoin productive. And so, yeah, it's exciting to see serious builders such as Jeff and others, build the building blocks and making the infrastructure ready for that explosion that is almost inevitable. It's going to happen.
Yes, it's inevitable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So without further ado, I don't know, what you guys want to see lately. I've been
honestly, what we're oriented towards our guests. So really, it's whatever you want to show. We've never really spotlighted Fact Fun even, but there's a handful of things that you're working on that are very interesting, novel, and cool. And I think people need to know about it. So I'd like to talk more about the capsule project and what you're doing with that. The just the general function of the BTC to SBTC protocol and what the value is there, because I do think that is also a very interesting development. We could even play that game you're working on if you want to. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know. It's really up to you, man. So here, we're gonna share your screen and you kind of lead. You talk about what you wanted to show us, and we'll go there. We'll go from there.
Yeah. So briefly, FactFun is a launchpad for meme coins on Stacks, and it etches runes also for some of these meme coins that graduate the bonding curve. There's a mechanism which attempts to remove sort of like the malicious business model of snipers. The way it works is you have a pre-launch before the meme is launched in the bonding curve. You've got a signal that is required from the community. There's like 20 seats to be bought. It's sort of like a pre-sale, and you vest your tokens over 4 weeks, which prevents you from dumping right away. And it actually has been quite a good instrument for removing that pump and dump schemes that can be done even by a 40-year-old. And some of those tokens that have passed the bar are very scarce. There's B blocks and FactFun itself, the meme coin. So you can actually create a coin very easily, a little bit like pump fun. But again, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where users can buy into your token. They need to vest for 4 weeks. There's like a vesting schedule. This provides a community signal to that token itself. Like it's not just that shiny object that a sniper can come and at the lowest price grab everything and then pump it and then dump on people. It's not completely anti-dump, right? This is still a free market, but that initial sort of first price is a privilege of pre-launch holders. We've got two mechanisms here. If you see my screen, I can zoom in a little bit. So, ticker, name, description, logo, or GIF if you want to. Then you can decide where your token is going to graduate. Velar is a VC-backed launchpad, has a perp as well, perp DEX. In fact, we have our own Uniswap V2 curve. And then, you've got this pre-launch mechanism where 20 seats need to be bought in by the community, or there's the helicopter pilots, which is an option that actually no token so far hasn't been able to pass that bar. And the cool thing about the pre-launch is, again, it's like trying to remove that sniping, almost sniping, malicious and extractive behavior. And the cool thing is you as a user, if the pre-launch does not graduate to the curve, you can get a full refund, no fees attached. So the way this translates, it's, for example, I think I know a few of them. So this one was launched a long time ago. Nobody ever bought into this. So you can buy a seat. And then if nobody buys or if it doesn't graduate, then you get a refund. Although once it graduates to the bounty curve, you're now locked and you need to vest. You also get fees from the bounty curves. Like there's 0.8% that goes back to those people who are vesting. So this was the main idea, and I think I'm quite happy with it because again, if you look at B blocks, it's the only one that graduated through that mechanism, except FactFun, and it relatively kept its TVL. Yeah, but I'm sure you guys already know all these things, so it's just a recap.
Yeah, well, I participated in the
Happy New Year. Sorry, X message wrong. As soon as I go in there, there's like a big error message at the top. It's like kind of important there, X. So I just hit refresh and your messages came through. I was like, But yeah, technology. I used to tell all my customers when I worked in telecommunications. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I think you're on mute.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was saying on my end it has also been laggy. So, but it's good to see you. Happy New Year, happy 2026. Did you have a good party?
I just relaxed. I watched a movie. That's it. Hung out with the Poochie. I did make it to midnight this time. I don't think I've done that in a while. And then as soon as the ball dropped in Vegas, I think that I was like, okay, that's good. But how was yours? I saw you got to see some fireworks, or did you light those off?
Yeah, I was in Belgium on vacation with my brother at some friends. So when you're in Belgium, you buy Belgium fireworks. So on the way back, we bought some fireworks, and then last night we blew some stuff up. There was a big party, like a traditional New Year's party. I think this might be the last year that we can sort of do the fireworks ourselves, and because they are planning to sort of regulate it or maybe even ban it. Yeah, we went with a bang into the new year.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What is it? There's a lag.
Yeah, there's a little bit of but yeah, they banned in my county like a couple years ago because of wildfires. People still do them, but it's just not like it used to be, which is kind of good because there's a lot of animals, and people have been in war, don't like it. But anyway, let's get to the show. Let's thank all our sponsors. Quantum Expeditions, obviously, if you guys aren't familiar, they've been mining Bitcoin now with flared methane gas, and they're starting to figure out what we've been talking about, and Daniel Batten's been talking. Bitcoin is going to reshape the energy sector of the world. That's one of my latest projects that I'm getting involved with, is how to types of projects, because most people don't realize it. Solar farms and wind farms and environment and their security. But anyway, also we want to thank Shield Folio. If you click on the QR code, clearly you get a discount. But Shield Folio helps protect your seed phrases from prying eyes. You have to use a special pen and read them. It is waterproof, and they are working on a fireproof one for the future, which is what I'm waiting for, because I will buy one when the fireproof one comes out, because that's security, right? It's waterproof, fireproof, exactly. All the things you want in a seed phrase book to keep those passwords offline, right?
Absolutely.
We also want to thank everyone at DeOrganized, all the family and friends at Bitcoin Live, and thank you to my co-host Nick. As usual, today's show is for everyone, right? There's a lot of people that are going to spin the new narrative that Bitcoin is for elitists, become like the new 1%, which is a high probability what will happen, that the early crypto adopters will become some of the most financially independent entrepreneurs of the next couple of decades. But it's still, these tools and protocols are for everyone, right? We're going to start off the show today just doing it light, but we're going to start with some Happy New Year stuff. Let me pull up my bookmarks, because
and I'll keep my
lining all that up, and I was like, oh my gosh.
I'll keep my side quiet because of the lag. Otherwise, it sort of takes away sort of the back and forth.
Oh yeah, no worries. Screen. Nope. Oh, yes. So this one was pretty cool. This. I don't know if it was AI or not, because the little graphic at the end is like, but I don't see any Sora watermarks. I don't see any AI marks.
Yeah. I turned on the sound a little bit because it's very loud, but I think it's like pulling, and she's hitting the balls, right? Or he?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the wrong tab. There was another one. Let me see. I think this was from El Salvador.
So what are your sort of biggest takeaways from last year? Like, when you look back in 2025, what is your
I mean, clearly it was the year of Bitcoin and crypto. So, but you have to realize, with that being said, it's, even though we're in this, this is El Salvador from last night. Happy New Year again. Even though there's all these green flag industry, you have to realize all of this regulation has to be set up behind it, and then that has to happen in all these jurisdictions. Realize that like all this money that we all want to flow in overnight can happen at times, is going to, for this fervor, this new wave to build up. But it's starting to appear that this is happening, right? I just told you, I was at work the other day, 75 to 80, and he's wearing a River hat, right? Like River Financial hat, which is a Bitcoin financial internet issues on New Year's Day. Surprise.
Yeah,
All right.
typical.
Oh yeah, we're back on. So all of this, all of this wave of capital, especially from the people, is on kind of pause. If you're this 1%er that lives in Singapore and your bank is HSBC, they're still in between. They're waiting for all of this stuff to be greenlit in their sectors, right? And they're being very patient. All of this money patient right now. And I think we're seeing a lot of that money are chasing green candles like silver and gold. And I've been saying, I'm one of the few commodities analysts. This is the decade of commodities, right? I've said that many times on this show, said it many times on my account, etc. And we're starting to see that play out, and in the coal mine, right? So it's already done its 30 to 40% retrace, and in those times it's done, more than that, right? We've seen it in the bear market of 2018 go down, I think it was like 8%. So I think we're in these like in between phases where, like I said, we're expecting all this new capital to come in from the 1%, and there's a lot of people that don't want to invest in, a lot of 1%ers that don't want to invest in all of these paper assets anymore. They want to get on Bitcoin, the spot Bitcoin, and other proof of work networks that they can get spot. And all the banks in 2026 are starting to offer this, right? We've seen PNC, right, already say, hey, Bitcoin through us. In the next couple of quarters, we're going to see this at the end of this month, where we had a very slow December, like very snail-like. And then after the holiday, it was like, I don't know what happened with people, but all of a sudden people were pulling the trigger again. Like it was like pulling stuff. But the first couple of weeks of December were very, very, very slow. And that, I think, top to bottom, if you understand microeconomics, like that applies to crypto too, right? If people are not spending money, most liquid markets will be affected. Coin, Monero, Litecoin, all of these proof of work protocols that people do use, right? When people say nobody uses this stuff, I always say, like, let's go pull up moneymovers.info. I love pulling up that chart. Give me a minute.
No problem.
And when people see people use the blockchain to move tons of money around the world. All right, so here we go. Bitcoin is still moving roughly. Let's see, what was it? Come on, stay right there. This is from October. It's still moving a day. Ethereum's moving a day. So people are using to move money. It's just Bitcoin people, the main group of people in Bitcoin. So people have to realize that go forward in time, right? The other day, I think it's Look on Chain. Let me pull that up. Okay, damn it. Give me a sec.
Yeah, it's like the slow start of the year, right? We just
don't
had
think
like a
yeah.
So your expectations for 2026 are very positive, I imagine.
Yeah, again, all the metrics, and I was trying to pull up something, but I can't find it right now. The reason why we're seeing the downward pressure again on Bitcoin is there are, again, multiple whales selling some of their positions. What I was trying to pull up from Look on Chain is a whole bunch of IBIT from BlackRock got moved to their Bitcoin, their spot Bitcoin, to Coinbase and Ethereum as well. So BlackRock is set to dump. Either they're waiting for another, minimal move for them to these spot products. Again, and in my theory, is somewhat nominal until all the banks globally are ready to use these products. And as more and more retail people come into the markets. Oh yeah, and the other story is my third or fourth customer little table, and she pulls out her Gemini credit card, and she's like 60 something, right? So be ready. These are big, like macro people in America that aren't the demographics you think, right? Both of those people are boomers, right? Who one is a big Bitcoiner, the other one was big into XRP. The lady, she's like, no, I have a huge bag of XRP. And I was like, no, I get it. And this is the future of money, right? And this is a totally different demographic that is understanding that this is the future of finance, right? And as more and more people, segue back to it, as more and more retail people figure this out, it becomes easier, right? If you are entrepreneurial and to move money from point A to point B through the traditional finance system, it's a pain in the ass, right? If I try to send you $50 through my bank to your bank, you'll see it in like a month, right? Like
definitely. And if you do it with
2 to 3 weeks at best.
And if you do it via PayPal, they take a double haircut, right? And then you get like 20%.
Oh yeah, so you get hit on my side, and then you get hit on your side, right?
PayPal mafia.
With money changers, right, and money exchangers globally, right? Let's for years. That's why in the emerging is accelerating faster and faster, right? Oh yeah, we didn't even pull up that story. Let's pull up, and that's a big one.
To be honest, I've been out of it for a week. I actually really enjoyed it, having no internet or very little internet.
You know me, man. I try and stay on time in the world. I don't like wake up watching news. Oh, yeah, you're supposed to do, dude. Chill.
Yeah.
If you weren't chilling, you didn't vacation. Let's see. Here it is. So, boom. This is an article shared just the other day on Twitter. Nobody is talking about. Their paper money is start to turning to dookie sauce. And what fixes that? There's only one thing on the planet that fixes that. It's called Bitcoin, right? And Iran.
Go ahead, Gerald. Why is it turning to ash? I mean, what's the reason? Is it the boycotts, or is it people losing faith in the currency?
There's a whole bunch of things, right? So, yeah, it's been the restrictions put in place by the U.S., the EU, and again the back end products that Iran has been holding to protect them. And again, when hyperinflation comes, what's the telltale sign is that they keep printing more and more to try and float the spread, right, and protect themselves from total collapse. And the main problem is they have to import a lot of things when it comes to it's no big deal for fuel, but when it comes to like chicken, eggs, other things, they got to import from Turkey and import from Iraq. Not a ton from Iraq, but a lot from Turkey and all these other countries. And again, when their people are going to the markets and they're having these Argentina or Venezuela, Zimbabwe problems, this is where Bitcoin comes into play. And it's also because what I've been speaking about with you behind the scenes, where lots and lots of mosques have been closing down, and their people are sick of the regime, sick of their silly rules and regulations. And a lot of Muslims are becoming not BS, right? And guess what? Christianity, one of the tenements of the faith is freedom. Right? Right? That is a core tenement of Christianity, and people are starting to understand what that means, right? They're out on the streets, they're protesting, they're
Islam and Judaism are more rule-based. More rule-based religions, and Christianity is, of course. Basically,
I think all three faiths are rule-based, but Christianity gives you the choice that you don't have to do any of that. At some point, you're going to meet your maker, and he's like, you didn't walk to the light, right? Yeah. Oopsies. But anyway, back to the point at hand is that all of these factors uprising, right? The money failing, all of these like rules and regulations, right? From people can't dance in the streets. Like the girl made a little TikTok video where she did, like, she was just doing hand over hand like flips that gymnasts do, right? And if to do that in any other day, she's getting arrested, right? And where you can do that in, the US, you could do that in Europe if you gotta, and you're not gonna see his little secret team of police, come out of the woods and arrest you for doing some gymnastics, right? This is, to me, there's a lot of people in the world that think that that's just, and hey, that's I think a lot of the world's on the same page with that, right? And they're sick of this, and again, they're gonna go Bitcoin, right? This is where I was going with that. We need people to understand why Bitcoin's important. a whole country of people are about to figure it out real fast. I've done this. I think when we first had a show, I think I sent you, I don't know, it was like a quarter of a Litecoin or half, like, I forget what even it was. And you got it in like minutes, right? And that's the beauty of these products. You can help a friend on the other side of the world, whether they need it or not, in minutes, right? We're not going through all of these rules and regulations, and all of these third parties that are taking a sliver, right? Like whoever it is, from Visa to Amex to MasterCard, and they're starting to get it too, right? They're starting to realize way less frictionless system than their own for a little bit.
Your co-host,
and
Blue.
And yeah, Blue wants to totally get it because he's been cooped up all morning. But it makes business that much easier, right? Again, if you're somebody who's run a small business, or you've sent money back home from overseas, right? Remittances, right? If you realize that in even XRP, these are products that are far superior to the dollar itself, right? The dollar is only useful when it's peer-to-peer, right? All of these funny shell games that they do with your bank accounts, they're a heartbeat away from being hacked, right? Bitcoin is far more secure. All these people worried about quantum computers, AI, and just some basic tools that you can download for free on the internet. And many systems are very, very, and that's another reason the banking industry is going in full force into Bitcoin and crypto, is because all of these transactions, especially on Bitcoin and Litecoin, and there's not security built like an umbrella from the top down, which is the way the security system works for the Web 2.0, where we've put shielding with all these firewalls to protect these accounts and databases. And it's the exact protocol, Bitcoin protocol, where we have SHA-256 and script hashing algorithms right from the base protocol up, and all of that security built in the foundation. It is totally different when you're trying to put this umbrella or this raincoat over the Web 2.0, which again, and I was just talking about, I can poke holes over the place in traditional systems,
and this is
like a solar farm,
basically
or a wind farm.
Basically, Jason Lowry's theory, like soft war, where he sort of speaks that the countries that are not moving through blockchain, Bitcoin. Is my sound too soft? But Jason Lowry.
Turn it up, sorry.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna check if my volume is okay. I think it should be okay. Okay. Well, anyway,
yeah, give me
Jason
a second.
Lowry.
Turn down my fan real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, that might help also. Yeah, so there's another game theory dynamic going on with what he describes in Software War, a great book, by the way. Can highly recommend it. That countries that are not moving to secure cryptographic blockchains like Bitcoin or Litecoin, or in my opinion also Digibyte or Decred or Monero or Zcash or whatever, like a first they will be left behind, right? Because their networks and security is
100%.
Yeah. So that's also your theory.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And people have with this that these Web 2.0 systems are way, especially now at the point we're in, right? These guys now don't need 20 hackers in a room, right? They need like a nice AI agent and a couple of tools, and they're like purging huge databases of information, but seamlessly and efficiently, right? And that's where it gets scary, right? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and he knows what he's talking about. Me and this guy have been talking about the same topic for almost like I think 7 to 10 years, where is a national security issue, right? I've been saying this for some time. You know, the banks have been at threat from the North Korean that secret group that they have, that little office. You know, everyone's seen the 60 Minutes special, right? And those guys, they are the ones hacking crypto exchanges and bridges and all this stuff, and they're more than happy to keep doing this. This is why you think your bank account is no. I mean, we can pull up article after article after article. I think I just read an article the other day. Two, you know, one was about people getting scammed for Bitcoin ATMs, right? Like, I don't, and this is for all of the older generation. If somebody calls you up and says you need to go to a Bitcoin ATM, it is 100% a scam. It's going to ask you to do that, not your insurance company, not your internet provider, not your television provider, not any of your utilities are going to ask you to go to a Bitcoin ATM and do the keys to. They're not going to do that, right? So if you're going into a gas station or a convenience store to go to a Bitcoin ATM, and it's not to buy Bitcoin for yourself, you're on the other end of a big scam. Stop, right? Stop right there. But it was like $300 and I think $1 billion just in 2025 with the BTC ATM scams globally. And the other thing is, article after article, I think it was in the same ballpark, but it was with the B, right? It was like $2 billion of money just gone from people's account. Like, this is going to become, it's starting to become a bigger and bigger thing. But like I've said, in 2018, going into 2020, as it hit, I was like, there's a whole bunch of hackers that had jobs that don't have jobs. And what we saw across the boards is literally from 2020 to 2022, cyber attack percent, right? And there's a whole list of reasons why this happened across the board. It's not just in crypto, right? We're talking about databases, banks, honeypots of information all across the globe. And it's because the price of data kept going down, right? Like, so most people aren't aware that the dark web in the early ages, you know, like if you got just a couple of accounts, you were getting thousands and thousands of dollars for this information because it was priceless information. Now that there's so much data on the webs, have like 5 accounts, 10 accounts, they're doing 100,000 accounts and they're getting thousands of data has been going down because it's been free, right? We've talked about this on the show where almost this socialistic approach to the internet where Google use, well, all of that information is stored on servers. Then they have to be online. That costs power for money. So we've made this, quasi communistic. Now everyone's starting to realize that all of this free stuff from YouTube and beyond has costs associated with it when you're at scale, right? When you're at scale, millions and millions of dollars to move all of this data around the world every couple of hours, right? Bitcoin is the opposite. Litecoin is the opposite. You want to go move this data, it's a simple UTXO financial, or you want to encode some data on the base layer and as a text cost you money, right? Yeah. I'm sorry to the people that love ordinals, but he's literally said this multiple times. Go to the Satoshi Nakamoto Institute.org and go readings. And he said many times, I'm doing this to get rid of spammers, right? Because he made a protocol that was in size. And this wouldn't just taking up computational power at the same time to the Bitcoin network. And that's where we're at, right? We're starting to be in the beginning phases of this hyper where the energy companies, right, starting to figure it out, and the spammers and the world, right? Months ago, where we can see that, oh wow, Bitcoin is really starting to fix some of these web problems. Getting back to energy, this one the other day. Look at this, dude. This is, what is that? That's like almost, say that's close to 3 billion in USD. Hold on, Siri. What?
Yeah,
it's 1.5 billion pounds in dollars. So it's in dollars wasted wind energy. And why is that? We've talked about this time and time again. And I even tagged PM on this, right? On that tweet, I tagged him because I was like, look, that's what we do at Quantum Economics, right? We're analysts, dude. You want to help, we'll help figure this out. They're doing it in West Texas with methane flare. We can show you how to do this with wasted wind energy. TEPCO's doing it, right? We talked about that time and time again. But that's $2 billion in wasted energy. Could be $10 billion in Bitcoin. We don't know because you guys are wasting what, like, again, all Daniel Batten, myself, the President Bukele, Michael Saylor, people are starting to like impress upon the world. Bitcoin is all of those things that everyone's dreamt of, right? From an energy money, from Ford dreamt up to, like I said, I've shared time and time again, Leonardo da Vinci's tweet, invisible coins will lead to the triumph of many in them. How did Leonardo talk about Bitcoin almost 500 years ago? Because it was sent to us by God. We're going to do a whole show on that. Yes. Invisible coins will lead to the triumph of many who spend them. You can go, and this is the funny part, go ask Gemini, ChatGPT, all of them about that quote. None of them know it because it's on a secret journal in the Vatican, right? Like, it's not on the web, right? So I fought with ChatGPT. I was like, no, you're wrong. This is a real quote from Leonardo da Vinci, right? So, this is not baloney.
So what's the backstory there with this Vatican book?
I literally was just watching. I was literally just watching a special on Leonardo da Vinci and the Vatican, and they were just showing like some of his journals that they never show anybody, and this was just one of them. It was random, bro. Totally random. I was watching a special about Leonardo, and that came up, and I pooped my pants like instantly.
So is this a capture from yourself that you're showing here?
Yeah.
Wow. Cool.
Literally capturing it from the screen, from that documentary, which I don't know what that documentary is anymore. I totally forgot it because it was like took that picture from the screen. And again, press this upon people that it was sent by God, right? To save us from the money printers and the fraudsters and the coin clippers, right? This has been going on for a long, this is not like a new scam, right? It's been going on since Roman days, right? Coin clipping.
No,
And then we got into paper money after the Mongolians. And then after we got into, and what's funny is most people don't know this one, right? The Mongolians invented paper money like almost 1,000 years ago, like 800 to 900 years ago, roughly. And it took another 400 to 500 years before paper money made it to Europe. So think of where Bitcoin is compared to paper money, and you're not bullish enough.
Yeah, that I mean, we should definitely do a show on Bitcoin, or Bitcoin as gold money, or God's money, or spiritual money.
It is God's money. And again, it's infinite, right? Like that's what I tell people. What goes to infinity? Oh, God.
Yeah, there's a lot of interest.
And we'll do this whole existential show on how, you know, I came to this conclusion, references in the old scripture, new scripture. I've been working on it for some time, but I want to have enough that I can fill up a whole show. I don't want to be like, just be like, okay, that's it. And now let's just look at charts. Because I know people are going to be like, that's not enough to convince me.
I actually have like a sort of a counter to yours, even though I there's overlap there. Like I think you could also make a case that it's like from an alien civilization, but it's sort of like, you know, like a mirror of what you're arguing, probably. So interesting.
Yeah, and again, the prime minister in that picture is the perfect post child for what, you know, me and Lowry and yourself have been screaming from the mountaintops, is that you take all of this waste energy globally, which I said in a spaces, I haven't said it on the show, just in the natural gas and oil sector, just those two sectors, it's somewhere close to, I think, 2 to 4.
Crazy.
Yeah. That's all. That's why I literally am now starting to realize why I need to build a Bitcoin company, right? When I saw that figure, I was like, that's just oil and gas. Now look at this article, right? 1.5 billion in pounds, billion in USD wasted just in wind in one country, right? You add in Texas's wind farms, you add in all the solar farms globally, and talking, it's a couple of $1 trillion as well. So you're somewhere sitting this ballpark, you know, random what do you call it? Well, you're looking globally somewhere of like a $10 trillion market.
Wow.
That's all. Just a $10 trillion market. Energy. And when Bitcoin comes in, captures that energy, how much is Bitcoin going to be? 100 million to $1 billion. I said
and
that. I was the first
side,
analyst to say that, right?
And
I don't know that.
and I think, you know, for the no coiners or the skeptics out there, that also means the flip side of that argument is that the price of energy will drop, right? So Bitcoin will make energy cheaper for.
That's the beautiful part.
No.
And that's why I'm a huge fan of AI. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, no worries. We've been screaming from the mountaintop. You know, I love AI tools. I think a creative entrepreneur, they're very important tools to have in your arsenal. However, AI data center, clear, right? AI pools themselves, I do not think so. Those are two, even though they're kind of congruent when it comes to investing. However, AI data centers make the price of it go up. This is a fact, right? We've got the data already. Bitcoin and Litecoin and other proof of work networks are going to make especially in these markets where energy projects were too expensive, Bitcoin finds its way in there, and then all of a sudden there is an energy project. It is creating energy and it's creating Bitcoin, and now the two are interwoven together. And this is when the revolution starts. For over 5 or 6 years, global, right? Now we have the big players. ExxonMobil companies are starting to realize what I just said. There's somewhere between $5 to $10 trillion in wasted energy that if you capture it, again, how much is Bitcoin going to be? Somewhere between 100 million per Bitcoin. Energy in the world, from oil, solar, wind, hydro, right? Oh yeah, I forgot to add in wasted methane, wasted coal, slag, methane coming off of dumps.
Yeah, you're sort of dropping
place on the planet. See the connection, but also breaking up and being coming off dumps, right? There's a dump in every city, in every state, every jurisdiction in the globe, and that's more money, right? That's more. We're capturing that methane, and this is the CO2 alarmist won't tell you is methane is way more harmful to the atmosphere, because CO2, yes, trees and plants need CO2, needs the methane,
and they
right?
make oxygen.
No,
yeah, that's
and
one of the
it's
things
just
that I
bad
find
for
really
your air.
weird. That there's a lot of alarmism around CO2, even though I always learned like years ago in high school that CO2 feeds plants and trees, and they make oxygen, and they make the cycle of life work. So I don't know why they're so afraid of CO2 in the atmosphere, right? I think that would be a net benefit, but maybe I'm missing something there. But yeah, I totally agree with what you said about methane. And
well, it's a combination of all those
and
gases that makes it horrible.
And
people
Bitcoin
leave off the plate. Go ahead, sir.
And Bitcoin also makes it affordable or profitable to hunt out and search out new energy sources, both exotic new energy sources, but also in hard to reach, inhospitable places, right? Because suddenly those projects become profitable to sort of go, I don't know, to Antarctica or the North Pole or Greenland or Alaska, right? To sort of hunt down energy sources that had been like hard to reach and unprofitable. But Bitcoin suddenly makes those endeavors worthwhile.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like people haven't even talked about this one, right? Even in like geopetrol exploration, right? You're drilling. Sometimes you don't hit crap. You tie a Bitcoin miner into that equation, you're still earning some of those losses back, right? Hello.
Yeah.
So again, when all of the energy companies globally, even these micro energy companies that are popping up, right? These people that want to build these little micro nuke facilities and little micro like solar arrays that they're coming up with, all these little things coming up, it all comes back to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin becomes your distribution credit, your carbon credit, your downtime credit, whatever it is. And that's what makes it such a powerful, literally, I said this to my buddy yesterday. He was closing down the guy that I was trying to show to you take Bitcoin, he's closing down his food truck because he's having a kid. And I was like, I totally get that, totally respect that. But I told him, I was like, important invention since the wheel, right? Literally. And he was like, whoa. And I was like, yes, it's that important. All of these applications that haven't been discovered, right? That's what I'm trying to find my little community. And I think I have. I just got to, you know, put on the thinking cap and bust out some code. But that's where it's at, right? Like where I said this earlier in the show, Bitcoin's only a teenager, right? It's a rough 15 or 16 years old. Look where it is compared to paper money. Paper money took 400 years to go from China to Amsterdam, right? It took 400 years for paper money to reach that. Bitcoin is already a global product and a $2 trillion. Wake up, wake up, wake up. I tried to impress this upon him. I was like, you're moving it back home. And another reason his home area is because the cost of living is going to drop by like 20 to 30% for him. And I was like, this is another reason you need to be saving in Bitcoin, man, into an economy that's going to help you save 20, 30%. Well, you need to be putting that 20, 30% into an asset that's going to be fighting inflation like a ninja. The only thing next to gold and silver and platinum that's going to keep doing these moves, right? And eventually those metals, they start to trend to zero against Bitcoin as well. $1 million, those precious metals start to fade away very quickly. And we said this time and again, it's already showing you that it's way more safe to save in Bitcoin than dollars. Just look at the price of a house over the last 10 years and the price of Bitcoin keeps going down, keeps going down. Price of a car keeps going down, keeps going down. So why would you not be saving at least some of your money in Bitcoin? Because if the US dollar, which the good thing about it will be, you know, the last to get hyperinflated because it has the most tentacles outreaching globally, right? So right. So we're already starting to see other countries' paper monies go, right? There's what do they use? Is it the Iranian rial? I forget the name of their currency.
I think so.
So their paper money is starting to collapse because of years and overprinting from their country, right? Like, and they're just the main reason their currency is collapsing hard against itself is they don't have other countries that use their currency. So there isn't that buoy system around them to buffer them against all of that downward pressure. If everyone goes to the bank in their country and wants money, well, it's only a few banks that hold their products, right? Oh yeah, it's the Iranian rial. And you can see, like, when I see Square, this is another thing that is kind of crazy, but I tell people when I see right angles on being mega high volume traded, right? That is it's literally are going nuts with their trading algos. That's just my personal take on that. Because you're right. Why is that? Oh, because sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy.
And for the people who want sort of like a historical overview, I can highly recommend Niall Ferguson's The Ascent of Money. It's a really nice little book about sort of the creation of money. Only he doesn't, I think, really talk about the Mongolian paper money. I think he does mention it in the beginning, but it's mostly sort of like the European angle from how it sort of started in Venice and well, actually earlier, but you know, he's sort of from there and then goes through, you know, all these different financial products and how they were created. Actually, he's pretty much open-minded about Bitcoin, Neil Ferguson. He's an interesting historian, but yeah, definitely worth a read. Wait, I think I can find it here somewhere.
Yeah, no. Any like von Mises's book or Lawrence Leber's The Big Print, anybody that's going to speak openly about the money printer attention, right? Because they're speaking more of the truth than most of the media. And getting to that point, I saw this interesting clip from a CBS News analyst. Here it is. Listen to.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna switch to yours.
Not the average American. Weight in the analysis of academics or elites, and not enough on you. And I know this because at certain points, I have been you. I have felt this way too. I felt seeing and hearing on the news didn't reflect what I was seeing and hearing in my own life, and that the most urgent questions simply weren't being asked. So here's my promise to you, today and every time you see me in this chair. You come first, not advertisers, not politicians, not corporate interests. And yes, that does include the corporate owners of CBS. I report for you.
That's
on
how
too many stories.
I'm going to pause it right there. But that's how a free press is supposed to work. So it's reaching that the CBS news host is now telling you, I'm going to try and represent news objectively, because kind of in the mid 90s, right? Where the CNN shows that were all called Crossfire, right? There was one that's started on PBS called Fire. On CNN was Crossfire, and there was another one on PBS, very similar, but they're all editorial, opinionated shows. And then the news turned into a huge editorialization in the thousands, and we got away from objective. One does objective news telling, like that kid the other day in Minnesota, and he's looked at as a right winger because he's telling the truth. Oh, yeah. Let's stop it with these little games that we're playing, right? With these little spins we want to put on when people do bad things, right? No America commits fraud. That's what these people are trying to convince other people. It's everyone does this. No, not everyone does this. And it appears it might be happening in other parts of the country. Good. Get those people too. I hope they're white. Whoop-de-doo-dah, right? It doesn't matter. You're breaking the law. You're breaking the law. You're hurting that local economy. You're hurting the state economy, and because you're debasing it with fraudulent activity, right? And that's the thing that people, dark budgets, whether this group in Minnesota to, people doing black ops for our military that they think is the right thing, these things go away, right? Because we have an open ledger called Bitcoin, right? And we can see what everyone's doing, and that's a bug, not a that's a feature, not a bug, right? I know when it comes to privacy, nerds out there, that's the bad thing about Bitcoin. But again, it keeps everyone above board, right? It keeps everyone.
I think Jeff Booth calls that the forcing function of Bitcoin, right? Because you can't manipulate the rules, so the rules apply to everybody, no matter how powerful, rich, or influential you are. Everybody is sort of measured with the same stick, and that's the problem with the current system, right? Some people hold the stick, and they're above the law. They can undermine the law because the money is broken, as Lynn Alden puts it in her magnificent book, Broken Money.
Yes, another good one about how paper money, starting to not work at this scale of the Web 2.0. And, another reason why there's you know, 1%ers and other 1%ers, you know, side of the fence that don't like Bitcoin because it literally it takes away the illegal side of forensic accounting, right? Like cooking the books is almost possible to do when everything is on an open ledger. And that's the beauty of it, right? You can't clip. You can clip a Bitcoin by buying some Satoshis, but you can't clip a Bitcoin and make other Bitcoins with it. That's the best feature, right? We've talked about this time and time again. And I loved showing that video of CZ handing Peter Schiff that fake gold bar and be like, is it real? It's like, oh, you don't know. And that is what sets Bitcoin far above gold, far above. There is no 14 karat, 10 karat, 24 karat Bitcoin. You get Bitcoin, it's Bitcoin, right? 100%. There's no diluted Bitcoin. And that's the reason why I tell people, if you're going to buy the ETF, just buy spot in that amount and start to learn the HODL. Because when you need that money, what are you going to do? Oh, you got to go to iBit and you got to ask them for that Bitcoin, and then they got to go to Coinbase, and maybe they have it down to a couple of days, but I venture it's going to take a couple of weeks. That's just, let's be real. They're going to try and slow that process down as much as they can. Why do you think they accept cash into the ETF and then wait 30 days? You think you're going to get your money in 30 days if you want it? Obviously, if you're just clicking the sell and you don't, you know, you're converting it in your Robinhood account, yes, you'll instantly get cash. So I don't want to hear people talking smack on me about that one. What I'm trying to say is, if you wanted that spot Bitcoin, whether it's 0.1 or 1 Bitcoin, do you think it would take a few moments to get that spot Bitcoin, or do you think it would take a few weeks? And I am telling you, it's probably crap. When you lock money into any POS network, they tell you, oh, 21 days at minimum, right, to unlock this, whether it's XRP, Solana, I don't care what network it is. They're like, oh yeah, you want to unlock this? Yeah, we'll see you in about a month.
Yeah.
So that's another reason I don't like proof of stake networks, right? Point of crypto is, I want it now. I want it now. I want it right this second. I want to be able to send that money to Amsterdam in 5 minutes, right? I want to be able to send that money. I want to send that Litecoin to Bolivia in 2 minutes, right? I want to send that XRP to Japan in 30 seconds. I don't want to be waiting 3 weeks later, right? That's these are the problems with proof of stake networks, because if they allow you to unstake your stuff immediately, oh, what would happen? No one talks about that one, right? Am I right, though? You know I'm right. If you were allowed to unstake your stuff, like, almost every POS network would collapse as soon as there was any downward pressure, because everyone would unstake and everyone would sell, and oh, there goes your underlying asset token in minutes, not days, not months, minutes. I'm just saying, these are things that the proof of stake people don't want you to hear. But as somebody who's been there, right, where I've like, oh, I need this now. Oh, you can get it in 21 days. Oh, you can get it. You can. The shortest I've ever seen is about 14 days. That's it.
Yeah, and they're trying to recreate the old system on blockchain, right?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So they're trying to recreate the old system on blockchain, right, with proof of stake networks. But
yes,
I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, what are your predictions for 2026? Right, I mean, we're now. I think we're doing it on the 1st of January. So you are the Oracle of Oregon. So what are your big picture predictions for 2026?
So I think that Bitcoin does hit close to 2 zettahashes in 2026 in power. we've 5 just a few months ago. It was 1.44, I think, on September, the beginning of September. So we're going to see the hash rate grow again exponentially, because to go from 1 zettahash to 2 zettahashes, that's insane, to double that power just in that short amount of time. So I think we do see new all-time high hash rate. We will see new all-time high at some point. And I think everything's going crypto, right? Everything's going Bitcoin in crypto because it's just too easy compared to the old networks, right? Go ahead.
Can I ask you a question about, because next year is also the midterm elections in November, I think they are in the US, and they're very important, and Trump is not looking too good. So you can argue two ways, right? So you can argue that the price will actually go up before the elections because, you know, they'll spend money in order to make themselves popular. So people will get cash injections into their bank accounts and make them happy. And then some of that money will flow into crypto, I imagine. Or you can argue the other way around, that because there's uncertainty with the regulations, if Trump loses Congress and it goes to the Democrats, big institutions are sort of hesitant to go all into crypto because Trump hasn't, there's still that uncertainty over the market with the midterm election. So which way do you lean, or do you think they're both true at the same time? Or,
I mean, I think it could go either way. It honestly is we're getting to the point where it doesn't matter, right? We're hyper Bitcoinization moment where all of the, not just the 1%ers, right? All of the energy companies, all the 1%ers, a lot of more retail folk that are understanding it's like, oh, wow, this is an important piece of the future, right? This isn't like some magic internet money scam anymore. This is the future of finance. Everything's starting to be designed around it, right? From Bitcoin to Ethereum to Litecoin to Solana, all of these things are going to be utilized because these economies move trillions of dollars of money around every day. And if you take all of that friction out of those networks, they're saving hundreds of billions of dollars every month, right? With these new tools and protocol. And as soon as these banks and all these energy companies, all these people start to realize more freedom with your money to do what you want when it's on one of these protocols, especially a proof of work like Bitcoin or Litecoin, and even XRP, you can't stop a P2P XRP transaction. I'm pretty sure that's an inability. If I have it like a Zum wallet and you have a Zum wallet and I send you XRP, I don't think there's a finger that can come out of the sky and stop that transaction. So this is why these are superior to what we've been using on the web. The web has obfuscated all of the hard work that's done behind the scenes that's very labor intensive and waste ton of money. A Bitcoin transaction is very easy, very nominal. A Lightning transaction, even less. A Litecoin transaction, when you see the fees, it's like 0.0000001. It's like a tenth of a penny, right? The same thing with XRP. It costs them tons of money to move money around, right? And they charge us for that. So you start taking those factors out. They make more money, you save more money, right? And we've seen this time and time again. The Bitcoiners of the world, the big whales of the world, their lives get easier and easier as inflation goes like this on the chart, right? It goes like this in the chart. And they're like, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter because they're going to keep doing burr, right? That's their only move when things aren't going their way, is to print more paper money. And now they're starting to realize that that's not good. That's why we'll go with these, CBDCs, where we can control that and we can monitor that and we can set parameters for that. And that's a bigger force of control for them. And that's why Lagarde hates Bitcoin, because it makes their money obsolete at some point, right? And she was all happy they added Bulgaria to the Eurozone the other day. It's like, so what, lady? No one cares.
Not
The euro
something to be
still
very
sucks.
proud of.
The euro's
Yeah,
not going to go up like a skyrocket because they added Bulgaria to the EU
No.
zone. Like
No,
whoop-de-doo-dah.
And then
Like she acted like everything's going to change now. Come
No,
on.
it's like
You're
the euro is kind of like a Ponzi scheme or a shit coin, right? And a Ponzi scheme has to add new members in order to keep the show going, right?
That's exactly
they are
you're
very
preaching
happy
to the
that
choir. Preach on, brother.
that they found another sucker to hold the bag for them.
Correct.
But,
here's some euros. Good luck.
But I was sort of thinking like what you just said, like because the dollar has been weaponized and money in general has been weaponized, and CBDCs are sort of like a hyper weaponization of money. And then of course the system itself is also in a gigantic bubble that's about to blow at any moment, because they have to keep printing, and at some point that goes awry. So other countries around the world who know all these things and are suffering from all these things, they can do two things: either buy gold or buy Bitcoin to protect themselves from these things. So that's like another reason for Bitcoin to start catching on, right? Because these countries can only protect themselves. Like Bhutan is actually doing really great. El Salvador is doing really great.
That's what I was just going to say. Look at Bhutan. Look at El Salvador. Look at these countries who have figured out that they can take some of their excess power, mine Bitcoin, buy Bitcoin, and they get ahead of the curve, right? Bhutan and El Salvador. I mean, here's you want to talk another prediction? I said this years ago when El Salvador made Bitcoin legal tender. I did a G20 summit in the next 5 or 10 years, right? Bhutan will be another country because they have so much money. They'll be like, welcome to the G20. You're G22. They get it, right? They understand that all that wasted hydropower is simply just Bitcoin that they haven't mined yet. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so I was actually wanting to make a point with what I said earlier, right? Because they're pushing America is now pushing stable coins, right? And stable coins are, of course, another debt mechanism for the US to go a little longer. But China is in panic, Europe is in panic, and many other countries are also panicking because this stable coin is basically undermining their sovereignty and their economies. So ironically, sort of the rollout of stablecoins can actually push Bitcoin much, much higher, because if you don't want to have the stablecoin, you have to protect your economy and your sovereignty. And there's only, like I said, two ways to protect yourself from stablecoins: the rollout of stablecoins, and that's Bitcoin or gold.
And just realize that stablecoins are CBDCs light, right? Like there's only a couple that a couple ways you can move stable coins around and have it be safe and private, right? I talked on a tweet the other day, and even Aqua Wallet shared my tweet because they were like, yeah, smart dude. You can use an Aqua Wallet, right? Convert some of your Bitcoin to liquid, their liquid chain, and those transactions are very, very private, right? If I send you a transaction through there, you put that key in, it's not pulling up my wallet, right? Or you can get like a Nexus wallet, or there's a Cake wallet, right? And you can you can put some Litecoin in there, move it to the MWeb, and then you give me your MWeb address, and I can literally send you MWeb dollars, as they're called, and totally private. It's like me giving you cash, or Monero. Obviously, you could send people Monero. But the point I was trying to make was that stable coins, a lot of these stable coins, there's USDC, USDT, right? There's like 30 different ones now. There's a whole bunch that can be stopped, right? Paxos dollars, right? Binance dollars, right? I'm trying to think of a couple more. I can't think of off the top of my head, but there's all of these handful of stable coins where the creator can literally stop your transaction and retrieve it. Now that's good. If it's a scam and you're the scammy, that's awesome. However, that's not good when you want these transactions to be finalized and to be semi-private, at least semi-private. And they're not,
or if you're
right?
a
Let's be very
country,
clear. Go ahead.
or if you're a sovereign country, you know.
Yeah, especially if you're a sovereign country and you're moving like a couple $100 million, you don't want the hackers to know, you know, it's Mexico or Luxembourg or wherever. And again, I don't know how many times I have to say this. Do I use stablecoins? Yes. Are they my friend? No. Right? Save in Bitcoin or Litecoin or some proof of work chain that you trust. Proof of stake. I know there's, you know, people that love Ethereum. I used to love Ethereum to the high heavens, but there's just too many holes, right? There's too many holes. There's too many problems. And again, could you make money off Ethereum? I wouldn't be surprised if you did. That's not the point. You just don't want to come to your wallet one day and all your money to be gone, right? Or you have all this money locked in this DeFi platform and it goes out of business. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's gone. Or the contract broke and you can't access your funds anymore to that DeFi. Literally 1,000,001 problems that can happen. I never have problems with proof of work networks, right? I've never had that problem with Dogecoin, never had that problem with Litecoin. The only problem I ever had with Bitcoin is waiting on confirms when we're high trafficked hours. That's it. You have a little bit of a panic attack because you're like, no, I sent the right address. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. But that's why they have the Lightning Network. If you're an impatient, you know, techno person and you want things to move like that, then you should be figuring out the Lightning Network or Litecoin specifically. If you like stuff to be super fast. If you don't have a problem with stuff being a little slow, probably the one for you. But Bitcoin's going to be around for a long, long time. That's why it is the king of the crypto verse, right? We know this. These other proof of work chains, in my opinion, they're going to become just as valuable because once Bitcoin becomes this super utilized protocol, even the smallest transactions, they don't become problematic. They just become pricey, right? And at that point, all of these other protocols become vital, right? And it just becomes like just different streams in this new ecoverse. It's been around. Let's be clear. This isn't a new system. This has been around for 8 to 10 years for a lot of these protocols. And people like me and Nick and others across the globe have been testing these systems out. And right, all of these ETFs are the green flags to tell you like these products are sticking around too, right? Solana's going to be here, Litecoin's going to be here, XRP is going to be here, not just Bitcoin, right? And it takes time for those products to absorb some of that capital and to people to put that stuff on the shelf to realize, oh wow, this stuff it's not going to be as important as Bitcoin, but it's pretty damn important. It's, you know, if you have like a curio cabinet for your collectibles, you're not putting it on the top shelf. Bitcoin's on the top shelf, but it's in that cabinet of stuff, right? It's one of those important collectibles that you should be thinking about, especially Bitcoin, because of the energy intensive, I should say, less energy intensive protocol that it runs, right? Because once all these energy companies start strapping into the network, well, that's going to, you know, the network hash rate to insane heights. And at some point when the price catches up, well, the nominal fees that are 50 cents to $1 for transactions, they go up. We've seen it time and time again happen with ordinals and everything else, right? And what is it going to be when Bitcoin's $1 million, $10 million going? I can't tell you, but it's going to be not $1. And at that point, that's when I'm saying, you know, oh my gosh, yes, Solana becomes important, Litecoin becomes important, all these other ones become important because people are only going to be doing like massive transactions on L1 at that point, right? It's like Exxon's selling $100 billion worth of oil to Qatar, and boom, yeah, they're going to do it on L1 because that's how much trust is coming to the network. If you get where I'm going.
True that. Yeah, and I think also at the same time, you know, the censorship will increase. You know, the countries are, you know, trying to stay alive. So those other protocols will also become valuable from that perspective, because then you can have peer-to-peer transactions without government intervention. And so yeah, so Bitcoin is for everyone. Either you own it and benefit, or you don't own it and benefit, because it will decrease the cost of energy, and it will improve the world in many different ways. So Happy New Year!
And yeah, and that's how it helps like the whole globe, right? If you don't understand it as money, or at some point it's going to touch your life and make your life better, because again, the cost of living as they print money is going to keep going this way, and as all those energy companies lock into the network, well, then all of that wasted energy, like we stated on the show, that $5 trillion, that gets captured back in Bitcoin. And as it gets captured back in Bitcoin, then what happens? Oh, now ExxonMobil has X amount of Bitcoin on their balance sheets. So again, they aren't hemorrhaging money in all these sectors. They can now pay these sectors, right? And pay their, you know, and one of the other cool things I've never brought up is think about if you have Bitcoin pension plans, they can never get canceled.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you have the keys to that pension plan, that company can go out of business. It doesn't matter. Own the keys to that wallet. Your pension plan can never be canceled, because as long as there's people mining on the Bitcoin network, you still have access to your pension funds, right? Boom. There you go. There's a business idea right there. That's $1 trillion industry. And there you go. And that's not even what I'm working on right now. I just came up with that one. How about that? But that's vital. I mean, we talked about it, I think 2 shows ago, where that guy, he worked GM for like 30 years of his life. GM went bankrupt. They wrote off all the pensions. And now he's, you know, that kid gave him all that money so he could retire, which is nice. I think he gave him like $1 million, a couple $1 million, whatever it was. But as soon as they get into hard times, what happens? They write you off like you're a secondary thought to them, right? If that was a pension in Bitcoin, right, it'll be around as long as you're around. And then, you know, obviously you want to have those wallet keys in your will to either give it to your nephew, your kids, your best friend, whoever it is you gift those keys to. You should always have that in the back of your mind, because you know, Satoshi says, if you die, you know, think of it as a donation to the network. But at the same time, you could literally help somebody out for life, even if it's just like 0.1 Bitcoin, because in 10 years, it's probably going to be worth potentially $100 million. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Thank you, Nick, for hanging out. Thank you to all our sponsors, Quantum Expeditions, Shield Folio, DeOrganized Media, and the team at Bitcoin Live. And don't forget, always be stacking sats, stay humble, and Happy New Year. 2026 should be good. I think we're going to see some pullback at the beginning of the year in the markets. And that's what I think Bitcoin is, like I've said, is the canary coal mine. It's telling you what's about to happen in the markets. And once those traditional markets catch up, I think Bitcoin's then going to start to take off where it did in 2024 and 2025. Anyway, have a good one. Peace. Happy 2026.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.